curse the day. And yet I think few come within the compass of my curse, wherein I did not some notorious illness kill a man, or else devise his death. Rather chamade or plot the way to do it. Accuse some innocent and forswear myself. Make poor men's cattle break their necks. Set fire on barns and haystacks in the night and bid the owners quench them with their tears. Oft have I digged up dead men from their graves and set them upright at their dear friends' doors, even when their sorrows almost was forgot. And on their skins, as on the barks of trees, have with my knife carved in Roman letters, "Let not my sorrow die, though I am dead." I have done 1,000 dreadful things as willingly as one would kill a fly, and nothing grieves me heartily indeed, but that I cannot do 10,000 more.
Let me begin by thanking the previous speaker, and also to parody the title of this series and say what a piece of impertinence it is for an encyclopedically ignorant man to come and talk to extremely learned people. But there is a certain justification for this, which is this, that really genuinely learned people are inhibited by their vast amount of special knowledge from straying beyond the boundaries of their own particular province. But fools rush in where angels fear to tread, and it is, I think, part of the function, perhaps, of the ignorant but widely interested literary man to go crawling about on the woodwork between the pigeonholes and to look in here and look in there and to try to make some kind of coherent picture of the whole elaborate system of compartments which has grown up in our academic worlds. Well, in this series I propose to talk very imperfectly and partially about this, what is our most profound and searching and difficult problem, the problem of human nature. What a piece of work is a man, as Shakespeare said. And of course he illustrated this remark by the whole corpus of his plays. He showed us what a piece of work a man was, and from Falstaff to Cassius, and from Malvolio to Hotspur, from Iago to Cordelia, he showed us the entire range of what this extraordinary multiple amphibian can do and be. Now, in what is to follow, tonight what is to follow, I propose to talk about what sort of a piece of work this strange creature is. And before we come to the contemporary views on the problem, I think it's worthwhile to devote an hour to what our fathers thought about themselves and about human nature. After all, they were no stupider than we are. The difference between us and them is that we know more than they did. But perhaps by knowing more, in some respects, we don't know as much about certain things as they did. They chose to pay attention to certain things which we don't pay attention to. So that in some ways, it may be that they made up for their general scientific ignorance by certain insights which perhaps we have shut ourselves off from. Well, I shall begin by talking first about the the view of man which we find in Homer, the father of Western poetry. We find Homer, of course, is not a philosopher and not a psychologist, but he was an extremely shrewd observer, and he evidently represented the general point of view of his times. And I shall begin by quoting a very interesting passage from the 19th book of the Iliad, which describes the reconciliation of Agamemnon and Achilles. Agamemnon, if you remember, enraged Achilles by taking away his captive, Briseis. And finally, when it became necessary for Achilles to come back into the battle, Agamemnon made a handsome apology in public to Achilles and explained why he had done what he had done. And he says there, I was not to blame. It was Zeus and my bad luck and the fury that walks in the darkness that blinded my judgment that day when I confiscated Achilles' girl. What could I do? At these moments, there is a power that takes command, Ate, the eldest daughter of Zeus, who blinds us, accursed sprite that she is, flitting through men's heads, corrupting them, bringing down now one, now another. Why, even Zeus was blinded by her once, and he is known to stand above all men and all gods. Achilles accepts this explanation without any hesitation at all. It seems to him completely rational. And he says, how utterly a man can be blinded by Father Zeus. Now, who and what is Ate? In the Greek tragedies, the word stands for disaster. But in Homer, the word stands for the state of mind which brings on disaster, the state of blindness, the state of infatuation, the state of mind which leads us to do all kinds of absurd things against our own interest, things which make no sense to us whatever, and yet we still do them. And Homer personified this strange state of mind as an alien supernatural force which came into man. This sometimes the gods themselves, in their more malicious moments, would come in and upset a man's judgment, but more often they sent this strange kind of fury, this daughter of Zeus, Ate, to carry out their vengeances upon human beings. Now, Homer, of course, makes it quite clear that there are also positive interventions from the supernatural world. In general, these positive interventions are made through the medium of something that he calls menos. And menos is that kind of accession of power and eagerness and strength and vitality which permits us to do the impossible. Even animals are capable of experiencing menos. Their horses every now and then get a tremendous influx of menos and do the most extraordinary things in the Iliad. And in general, Homer would have said that any particularly good idea, anything above our ordinary level of intelligence, any remarkable action or great insight is given to us from the outside by a god who hands out his menos to us. And the god sometimes has a name. We know which god is at work within us. But occasionally, and this is particularly true in the Odyssey, the god has no name. He is just called a daimon. He is some sort of of a supernatural being. And in general, in Greek, until much later times, any supernatural being to whom one couldn't give a name, Zeus or Aphrodite or Athene, was just called a daimon. For example, the monitions which Socrates received were given him by a daimon, a nameless supernatural being. And it is interesting to note that Socrates, who is, after all, the father of Western rationalism, says in so many words, the greatest blessings come to us by way of madness, provided always that the madness is given to us as a divine gift, so that he himself recognized this supernatural influx which constantly influenced human beings. Now, Homer's daimons and gods are not mere fairy tale fantasies. They are principles of scientific explanation. He had to account for the very odd facts of human psychology, the fact that human beings are constantly doing things which are obviously against their interests, which they know to be stupid and bad. Similarly, they every now and then do things which seem to be far beyond their normal capacities of action or thought. And it seemed quite rational in the absence of any other hypothesis, I mean such a hypothesis as we have now of the dynamic unconscious. It was only rational to suppose that these strange events of which we are all conscious were due to the influx of supernatural powers. And it's interesting to realize that this idea of possession for good or for ill by supernatural powers went on being used as a principle of explanation right on almost to the end of the 17th century. But contemporary with Galileo and even with Newton, we find this Homeric idea of possession being used currently as an explanation of many forms of many of the odder forms of human behavior. You will find, for example, in that compendium of 17th century psychology, the Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy, an extremely good discussion of this whole problem. I mean, he points out that most cases of strange behavior, of madness and what we would call neurosis, most cases have a physical origin, but quite a good proportion of them are probably due to some kind of supernatural possession. And it's very interesting to notice that in the 18th century, when the idea of demonic possession had completely evaporated, nothing was brought in to take its place. We have a curious kind of interregnum, so to speak, in the history of psychology during the 18th and early 19th centuries, when the stranger aspects of human nature simply had no valid explanatory principles to account for them. For example, when the case of Mesmer was examined by the French Academy with the assistance of Benjamin Franklin, the only explanation that they could bring up for the strange phenomena which occurred in Mesmer's neighborhood was imagination. Well, imagination, such as we know it, quite clearly doesn't account for the kind of queer things which were happening in these early days of the hypnotic experimentation. And strangely enough, it is not until quite late in the 19th century that a satisfactory substitute for the old idea of possession comes into the world. It comes in, of course, with the development of the idea of a dynamic unconscious self, what would be called the unconscious and the pre-conscious, or in general the subliminal self. And the opening of the new period of psychology is dated by William James with the publication of a paper by F.W.H. Myers in, I think, 1882, so that it is extraordinarily recent that we have any satisfactory substitute for this ancient Homeric and afterwards Christian idea of demonic and divine possession as agents to account for the odder aspects of human behavior. Now, let us pass now for a moment to the practical side of Greek psychology. The Greeks were very realistic people, and they knew very well that the more distressing aspects, the more distressing consequences of possession could be warded off if some kind of satisfaction, either direct or indirect, were found for the instinctive drives and the frustrations and miseries of normal life. And the two great methods which they used, but to both of which they applied the term catharsis, the first of them, historically, was the method of the Dionysian orgy and dance. Dionysus, in this context, was called Lucios, the liberator, and he did liberate these people who lived an extraordinarily miserable life if they were slaves from a great deal of their sense of frustration and unhappiness by, first of all, giving them alcohol, and in the second place, encouraging these congregational dances. At a later period, the Dionysian rites seemed to lose their interest, but their place was taken by the Corybantic dances in honor of the Great Mother. And here there was a specifically therapeutic value was set upon these dances. For example, the people suffering from what we would now call anxiety syndromes or various types of neurosis were actually diagnosed by the way they responded to certain types of music, and in this way one could judge what daimon or god was possessing them, and suitable dances and religious rites were then prescribed for them, and they worked off in this way a great deal of the neurotic tension which was upsetting them. At this time, the present day, of course, in many parts of the world, one can find exactly the same procedures being carried out. I was greatly struck, for example, 2 years ago when I was in Brazil by what may be called the Latin American Maenadism of what is called in Rio Macumba and what is called in Bahia Candomblé, which are essentially adaptations of West African dances. And when you go and see these, one sees very clearly what the Greeks were up to and how effective this kind of therapy was. These unfortunate Negroes living in the most frightful conditions in the favelas of Rio or of Bahia, on Saturday nights work off their sense of frustration and misery by this night-long dancing. And interestingly enough, in all the dances that I witnessed, there was no question of alcohol involved. The whole procedure was one of this tremendous muscular activity through which immense accumulations of tension and misery were worked off, and by the end of the night, many of the participants, of course, had fallen down in a kind of ecstatic stupor and were prepared to go on with their miserable life during the following week. And it was, to me, very, very interesting to see in these dances actual gestures which are exactly described in the Greek literature about the maenads. The tossing of the head, for example, which occurs again and again in descriptions of maenadism in Greece, was clearly exemplified in the candomblé and macumba dances. There was a great deal of this tossing, which I imagine the physiological reason for which is that it drives a great deal of blood into the head by centrifugal force, and probably produces this kind of ecstatic state very rapidly. Now, come back to the possession theory. The interesting thing about it is that subjectively this is a very realistic theory, because quite clearly these sudden impulses, either for evil or for good, are experienced subjectively as alien impulses. After all, we see this constantly in our idiomatic use of language. We say, "What came over me? I can't have been myself at the moment," and things like this. Or a good idea occurred to me. We never say, "I have invented a good idea." We say, "It has come to me, it has occurred to me." There is this subjective sense that it does come to us from the outside. And in this sense, the possession idea was an extremely realistic one, until one had a better theory, such as we have, or we think we have anyhow. This seemed to be the most sensible explanation of both normal and abnormal behavior. The idea being that there was a self which was invaded from the outside by these alien supernatural forces and was made to do things, either evil things or exceptionally good things, of which the normal self would be quite incapable. And now let us briefly consider, how did Homer envisage the self that was invaded from the outside? He did not envisage it as a unitary soul or personality. There is no word in Homer for the soul. The psyche, he speaks of the psyche, but the psyche is something which exists only at the moment of death. It's the thing that leaves the body and that will become the future shade which people can contact if they go down to Hades. But during life, the psyche is not there at all. During life, the self is a kind of symbiosis of a number of psychophysiological factors working together and living in a rather uneasy consensus and organization, rather unstable and rather uncomfortable all the time. And the factors which Homer describes as being components of the self are, first of all, there are these half-physiological factors. There's something which he calls the thumos, which is the seat of feeling which lives in the chest. And then there is the phren, which quite literally is the midriff, which is the organ of passion and of life. Then there is the nous, which is the reasonable, sensible ego, more or less. We would call it, I suppose, the ego. But anyhow, it is the reasonable side of man. Then there is the heart, which fulfills more or less the same kind of functions as the heart does in colloquial language today, and also the belly, which is quite important, so that we see there is this kind of committee which works, and the I, the nous, is merely one member of this committee, not necessarily the chairman. He is there, and he may be at the mercy of the other members of the committee, or he may control them, but it's never quite certain which position he will occupy. And one of the things which is striking in the Homeric psychology is that there is no word for will, no conception of will. In this, the Homeric psychology closely resembles the Hindu and Buddhist psychology, where will plays a completely negligible part. It seems to us very strange to get on without the idea of a will, and yet one can do it. For example, I mean, take the marriage service. Wilt thou have this woman to be thy wife? Well, instead of saying, I will, we can say, well, my thumos is all for it, and so is my friend. My nous has certain misgivings, but I'm prepared to go along with what the others say, all the more so as I feel distinct symptoms of possession by Aphrodite. I mean, this is an answer which we could sum up in terms of the will, and perhaps in some ways is more realistic than our idea of the will doing something. And it's worth quoting in this context a remark by an eminent historian of ideas, Professor Nielsen, who says pluralistic thinking about the nature of the soul is founded in the nature of things, and only our habits of thought make it surprising that man should have several souls. Well, Homer, as I've said before, was not a philosopher, nor a psychologist, but a very good observer, and his view of the personality built up out of these multiple factors is a workable one, and interestingly enough, it's remarkably close in some ways to the Buddhist conception, which was developed, I suppose, about 3 or 4 centuries after Homer, and which was developed, of course, much more systematically by philosophical writers. But there, you see, the Buddhist conception specifically affirms that man is anatta, that he has no unitary soul, and that his personality is this group of loosely conjoined complexes, which in Buddhist literature are called skandhas. And they point out that all the phenomena of human behavior and thought can be explained in terms of these skandhas, which are partly physiological and partly psychological. You can't really separate the two. It's interesting to note that in the last 75 years, there has been in the West a considerable current returning towards the Homeric and Buddhist idea of man, away from the idea of the unitary soul and towards the idea of a consensus of numerous factors coming together. This view has been discussed by Bertrand Russell in various places. And he says, I quote here, he says that from this view of human personality, it does not follow that there is no simple self. It only follows that we cannot know whether there is or not, and that the self, except as a bundle of perceptions, cannot enter into any part of our knowledge. Well, this is certainly, if Homer had thought about the philosophy of what he was saying, I think he would have completely agreed with Bertrand Russell that man was a bundle of elements. And of course, Bertrand Russell was preceded in this by Hume. Now, it's a very interesting fact that the ideas of Homer did not persist into classical times in Greece. Within 3 to 4 centuries after Homer's death, it seemed self-evident to Greek philosophers and to all thinking men in Greece that there was a unitary soul and that it inhabited the body. The idea of the multiple causation, the multiple factors which made up a personality, had given place to this idea of a psyche imprisoned within the body. Now, recent scholarship has suggested that the reason for this transition from the older idea of a multiple, loosely federated personality to the idea of the unitary soul, that the influence which produced this in Greece came not from the Orient, as used to be supposed, but rather came from the north, from the Scythians and from the shamanistic religion of the north. The Greeks had founded their first colonies on the Black Sea in the 7th century BC and had come into contact with the Scythians, whose religion was the same as that which still persists in large parts of Central Asia and in Siberia, the shamanistic religion, or rather which did persist until it would be, in very recent years, been replaced by Marxism. And this idea of the unitary soul, which came in with the shamanistic ideas, is based upon the fact that the shamanistic religion depends really on the activities of these specially gifted people who performed feats of what in modern mediumistic literature is called traveling clairvoyance. In this respect, the shamans were quite different from the sibyls and prophetesses of Greece. These were possessed by the god, the Delphic oracle. She sat upon the tripod and was possessed. She was, the word enthusiasm, of course, which we use in a slightly different sense, means literally having the god inside you. And the prophetess had the god inside her, and the god spoke through her. Well, something exactly contrary took place in the shamanistic religion. Instead of summoning the god in, the shaman went into a mediumistic trance and went out and explored the external world, both on its mundane level and on its supernatural levels, looking for facts here below and looking for the deities on the higher sphere. Well, obviously, if this naturally leads to the conception of a unitary soul, if you can go out and wander about the world, there is something that goes out. You can't speak about a bundle of unrelated, not closely related factors going out. You have to think of this unitary personage going out into the world. And I don't think we have to discuss whether traveling clairvoyance is a fact or not. A number of quite eminent philosophers have taken it seriously. Professor C.D. Broad of Cambridge is prepared to envisage the reality of traveling clairvoyance, and so in this country would, I think, Professor Hornell Hart. But whether we consider there is an objective reality to traveling clairvoyance doesn't really matter, insofar as subjectively it certainly seems to be real. To the shaman himself who goes out, it certainly appears to be a reality, and even to the observers it appears to be a reality. They see the shaman in this death-like trance, and when he comes back they hear him talking about adventures which he has had in other parts of this world and in unknown areas of other worlds, so that subjectively it seems to have a complete reality to it. And another significant fact in relation to later Greek thought was that the shamans remembered previous existences. Part of their power was due to the fact that they had been shamans in previous lives, and they could remember this, and they carried this over into their present existence. Well, the theory now, which is held by Professor Dodds and others, is that this exercise, these shamanistic ideas exercised a very considerable influence on the development of Greek Orphism and of the philosophy of Pythagoras. But the interesting point is that these ideas were developed in ways which they were not developed in the original regions where shamanistic religion was practiced. For example, the idea of detachable souls was, so to speak, democratized. Everybody had a detachable soul, not merely the shaman. And also, the idea of reincarnation was democratized. Everybody had had previous lives. But this meant that the whole idea of reincarnation became entirely different in the hands of Pythagoras from what it had been in the shamanistic world. In the shamanistic world, only these especially gifted people had previous existences, and this accounted for their power. But after all, if everybody had had previous existences, it followed that they were not being given extra power, because in fact they had very little power. They were miserable, they were feeble and impotent, and there was so that the reincarnation was not a special privilege, it was actually a punishment. And we get then the development in Pythagoreanism of the idea that the present life is the hell which we are suffering for our sins in a previous existence. It is close, of course, to the Indian idea of karma. And nobody, therefore, is born innocent. We are all, in the Greek phrase, poneroi. And from this point of view, we get this extreme dualism and Puritanism which arises in later Greek thought and which passes over into Christianity and which keeps on reappearing in Christian thought, these semi-Manichaean ideas of the evilness of the body, of the fact that we are all born with original sin, of a kind of pervading Puritanism and stress on asceticism. All this is fully developed before the Christian era, and as I say, it persists, comes up again and again in the history of Christian thought, in spite of its profound difference from the original Hebrew ideas, which after all were the basic source of Christianity. And here let me speak very briefly about the Old Testament ideas of personality. Here, of course, no distinction is made between soul and body. The body is an essential part of the human personality, and actually in the Old Testament Hebrew there is no word for soul, for body as apart from soul. The two are thought of always together. And one of the interesting features of Old Testament and also even New Testament psychology is the constant reference constant use of physiological terms to describe psychological facts, the bowels of compassion. We get this phrase occurring again and again. Joseph's bowels yearn for his brethren. We have the phrase is constantly repeated in St. Paul, the bowels of compassion and meekness, which he constantly speaks about. And again, another phrase which occurs very frequently in the Old Testament is the reins, the loins, the kidneys, which are again and again the word is used in a psychological sense. And of course, in its own way, this is an extremely realistic point of view, because as we're finding more and more, these physiological factors in the total human makeup are of immense importance. So, I mean, actually the reins, we find that the adrenals are of colossal importance in everything that happens to us, that many of the seeming possessions, both for good and for evil, are due to the adrenals pouring extra quantities of adrenaline or noradrenaline into the blood. So that it is, I find these things very interesting to see the anticipations by a kind of empirical intuition which these ancient writers and thinkers perceived. One could certainly show by quotation a very wide appreciation of the role played by physiology in human personality. I think it's possibly worth mentioning too that in many of these ancient religions, chemical substances other than those produced within the body were frequently used in religious rites. There was always this great mystery of the change of personality due to the ingestion of a drug. The Greeks, of course, made use of alcohol in the Dionysian rites, and there are indications in the Old Testament that an attempt was made by schools of prophets who were not the respectable prophets to do the same thing in the Jewish tradition. And the whole subject is one of the greatest interest. It has been treated at length by the French anthropologist Philippe de Félis in a book called Poison Sacré, which gives a complete account of all the chemical methods used in the various religious traditions to bring about these changes. And with the one has to correlate this rather materialistic view of personality and its relationship with the divine. One has to correlate it with the definitely physiological psychology which runs through so much of Old Testament and New Testament religion. Well, now I would like to conclude with a few remarks on some of the Oriental conceptions of human nature. The basic Indian conceptions, which we find in Hinduism and slightly modified, but not very much modified, in Buddhism. I won't go into the psychophysiological details of Indian psychology, which are extremely complicated because they postulate a kind of what may be called kind of occult physiology, parallel with the ordinary physiology, which may, as we're beginning to discover, have something in it. These subtle bodies and causal bodies which the Indians talk may indeed represent some kind of intuitive grasp of the fact that there are fields, electrical fields of various kinds around the human body, and that these fields may play a considerably more important part in our psychological life than we at present imagine. This is something which I think the future will either confirm or deny. But I won't go into these things. I will merely stress the most important single psychological statement in the Hindu tradition, which is summed up in the three portentous words, Tattvam Asi, thou art that, meaning that the basic foundation of the human personality, the Atman, the pure ego, as he's called in Western philosophy, is identical with the Brahman, with the basic principle of divine principle of all existence. This runs through Hinduism and is carried over in a slightly different form into Buddhism. And it represents, I would say, the great Oriental contribution to psychology, or rather to what Kumaraswamy used to call autology, the science of the self with the large S. Well, the interesting fact about Oriental philosophy is that it is not primarily speculative, as Western philosophy certainly is now, and although I think it was less so in the remote past. Oriental philosophy, as I say, is not speculative. It is essentially practical. It is a kind of transcendental operationalism. It insists that if you do certain things, certain states of mind will follow, and the nature of these states of mind has to be explored speculatively, and the conclusions drawn from a speculative examination of these states of mind, the conclusion that has to be drawn is precisely that thou art that there is ultimately a kind of identity between the deep self which lies, so to say, upstream from the phenomenal ego. There is an identity between that deep self and the divine ground of the world. And this insight has, of course, been repeated in the West. We find it again and again in the writings of the Western mystics, and always with the insistence that this is not a merely metaphysical statement. It is the description of a state of mind which is a state of immense value, which probably everybody is capable of, which in some obscure way we all live with, although we suppress it in some by our preoccupations with the immediate here and now, but that we are sufficiently aware of it to be moved by any account of it, and even to be actually slightly aware of it as a direct experience. And I think I shall have occasion to mention this point of view again, but I think it's worth saying here that this conception of the fundamental religious experience, this is in no way, I would say, incompatible with the scientific attitude towards life. It is simply the account of a fact, of a state of mind, and which is regarded by those who have it in its plenary fullness as of immense value. And we are free either to accept the metaphysical explanation of it or not to accept the metaphysical explanation, but we are not free to deny the existence of the state of mind or the statements of those who have experienced this state of mind, that it has an immense practical value. It's when we look at the phrases in which Oriental philosophy describes these states of mind, we find, for example, in the Hindu literature the word moksha, meaning liberation, and we find in Buddhist literature the word nirvana, which is extremely difficult to give any adequate translation of, but it means evidently, practically, the same thing as moksha. And both of these may be regarded as simply as the operational name of the same state of mind as is described by the Christian mystics as union with God, union with the immanent God of direct experience, rather than as the transcendent God of inference. And to me, this is a matter of the greatest importance, that there is this experiential form of religion which is in no way at odds, I would say, with either the facts of science or the scientific point of view, that it is perfectly possible to maintain a religious attitude on this basis, which is in fact an experimental basis, without committing oneself to anything which would be at odds with the general Weltanschauung of our time. And I will close this lecture with this thought that we have here something which is perfectly compatible, I would say, with either the Homeric Buddhist, Humean, Russellian point of view about human personality, or with the shamanistic, Platonic Christian view. Both of them seem to me to be compatible with the existence of these states of mind and with their values. And it is also, it seems to me, compatible with a strictly theistic point of view, or a point of view like the Buddhists, which is fundamentally atheistic, which is not concerned anyhow with the problem of gods, but is concerned with the problem of liberation and of immediate experience. And with this final reference to the contribution of past psychologies, I will close this lecture. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I want now this evening to pass from the ancient world of Homer and the Old Testament and the Indians to some of the views, naturally I can't discuss them all, which are current now about human beings, about this piece of work which is a man. Well, the interesting thing is that the ego remains very much what it was in Homer's day. It is this conscious, fairly rational creature which uses words, which is analytical, which pursues its own self-interest. It is the person, in the words of Robert Louis Stevenson, the person with a conscience and a variable bank balance. But around this ego, around this person with the variable bank balance, there are a whole number of not I's. The I is surrounded and to a great extent controlled and manipulated by this whole series of not I's. Well, as we saw in the ancient world, these not I's were classified by Homer under such names as thumos and phrein and cardia, the midriff, the heart, this power in the chest. In the Old Testament we have such phrases as the heart, the reins, the bowels. And on top of these physical and psychophysical entities, there were, in all the ancient conceptions, these supernatural creatures which made inrushes and which affected the life of the ego. There were actual possessions by named deities and by unnamed daimons, and there were also, we get in the Old Testament too, we get Samson being possessed by the Spirit of God and being able to perform these prodigies of strength in the battle. And we also have these kind of impersonal forces which are yet directed by supernatural powers from the outside, which Homer calls arte in regard to the negative forces which lead us to disaster, and menos, the positive forces which enable us to perform actions which normally, in our normal state, would be almost impossible for us. Well, today, we of course we still have the body with us, which we classify and talk about in a rather different way, and which I shall speak about towards the end of the lecture. But in regard to the menos and the arte and the supernatural possessions, We observe the same phenomena, but of course we speak about them in a different way. We speak about them in terms of an active, dynamic unconscious. Well, it's remarkable how recent this idea is. We now take it completely for granted, but actually it is an idea which William James dated exactly. William James attributed the beginning of the new psychology, with its stress upon the dynamic unconscious, to the publication of a paper in 1886 by F.W.H. Myers. And Myers was a profound, and I regard him as one of the best students and describers of the unconscious mind. Naturally, his fame has been completely eclipsed by that of Freud, who, in a sense, I think, was less complete than Myers. We can generalize and say that whereas Myers was chiefly concerned with the positive side of the unconscious, with the unconscious as giving us menos, these accessions of strength and power and insight, Freud, who was a physician dealing with sick people, was mainly preoccupied with the negative side. Myers was concerned with menos, and Freud was concerned with arte. And Freud says of his own theory of the unconscious, his words are, "We obtain our theory of the unconscious from our theory of repression." His idea was, I needn't go into it in any detail because it's perfectly familiar, that discreditable desires and drives are pushed down out of consciousness because we don't want to confront the fact that we have such drives and desires which are at variance with the cultural pattern of our times. And they are pushed down, but they remain alive and cause a great deal of trouble underneath the surface, express themselves in these symbolic and roundabout ways, and altogether behave very much as the possessing daimons of Homeric times. It's interesting in this context to find that our colloquial language still preserves many of the ideas which we inherit from Homeric days. For example, when we do something particularly stupid or delinquent, we say, "I don't know what possessed me, what can have come over me?" Or we say, "He can't have been himself when he did that." All these, that's very interesting as showing how strong this ancient idea of being possessed by somebody else, how strongly it persists in our minds. And of course, subjectively, the activities of the negative unconscious definitely feel like a possession. Then, of course, along with the discreditable drives which we repress, we also repress painful memories. Traumatic experiences are also pushed down out of sight and also create a great deal of trouble in the basement of the mind. Freud, so to speak, is talking all the time about the basement downstairs with the rats and the black beetles, whereas Myers is largely concerned with the floors above the ground floor where the ego lives, and he would agree, I would think, with the mystical point of view that the topmost floor of these upper levels has no roof to it and is open to the sky, but we will go into that later. Well, over and above the negative unconscious due to repression, there is, of course, a large negative unconscious and also a positive unconscious due to early conditioning. Conditioning, of course, is something which everybody undergoes in the course of childhood and is completely necessary to adapt the growing child to his social environment. But of course it can also be extremely dangerous and produce very bad results. Pavlov, in his classical studies of dogs, showed that conditioning is particularly easy when the resistance has been lowered by disease or by fear or indeed by any violent emotion. That at these times it's particularly simple to install a behavior pattern which is then very difficult to get rid of. We become, in these states of lowered resistance, we become what the poet describes as wax to receive and marble to retain. These behavior patterns can be pushed into us at this time with an extraordinary force. And incidentally, during the Second World War, the whole Pavlovian theory of conditioning under stress and during moments of lowered resistance was used in the treatment of what used to be called shell shock and now is called battle fatigue. It was they used this as the explanatory principle for these processes which they called narco-hypnosis, which were very successful in getting rid of these conditionings installed under distressing conditions. Actually, when one looks at what happens when with people who have had a behavior pattern of a bad kind installed during a condition of lowered resistance, they are reacting to the world here and now as though they were suffering from some kind of, they were laboring under some kind of post-hypnotic suggestion which had been given to them in the past. The conditioning in this moment of traumatic experience acts as a kind of post-hypnotic suggestion which makes them do all kinds of things which are wholly irrelevant to the facts of the present moment. I mean, this is, after all, one of the possible definitions of neurosis, that it is a behavior which is not relevant to the present, but is relevant either to one of these post-hypnotic suggestions induced by conditioning in a state of lowered resistance, or else to response to one of these repressed desires which are still festering in the lower levels of the mind. Now, Freud's has enormous merits and I think also very great weaknesses. His enormous merit was, of course, to stress the immense importance of the unconscious mind, to point out that it was a dynamic thing, that it was continually active, that it continuously influenced the life of the ego, largely, in Freud's view, for evil, because Freud was, as I say, a physician and concerned with sick people, and he paid very little attention to the positive side of the unconscious. This was his greatest merit. And his weaknesses, I would say, first of all, that he paid very little attention to the positive side of the unconscious, and he also paid very little attention to the physical side, the bodily side of the personality. These, I think, are his two main weaknesses, and I shall discuss the bodily side later on. And now let us get on to the positive unconscious, to the menos, the accessions of power which we receive from this buried mind, this under lower basement and upper stories of our mind. Now here again, let us look at the colloquial phrases that we use in regard to the positive unconscious. One of the interesting things is that we are curiously humble about our good ideas. Colloquially, we very rarely claim a good idea as being originated by ourselves, by the I. We say, for example, a wonderful idea has just occurred to me. It suddenly flashed into my head. Or we say the violinist played as though he were inspired. Always this idea that there is something which is not the I of our familiar ego life, which provides the good ideas. I mean, it may be actually that I never have a good idea, that the good ideas simply come to me from somewhere else. And this is certainly a very common experience of things simply emerging from the blue into our consciousness. And the source, of course, is this huge area of the positive unconscious mind, which in many respects is more accomplished than has greater insights in many respects, I think, than the positive, than the ordinary conscious ego. Now, the ordinary process, I suppose, of thought goes something like this. We take in material from the external world, the natural world and the social world, consciously. This material is then stored away in the memory and is worked upon by these not I's in the unconscious mind. And when we have good ideas, this seems to be the transmission into the conscious mind of the results of this unconscious working in the basement, or anyhow in some area of the mind which we are not normally in touch with. It sort of comes up to us, and we get the good idea, and then the function of the conscious mind is to verify the idea, to check it, to see if it is actually a good idea, if it's as good as it feels, and if it seems to be coherent and consonant with what we know already. And then after that we can work out the relationship between the new good idea with the other information and the other ideas which we have. This, as I say, seems to be roughly the modus operandi of this conscious and unconscious process. In relation to the sciences, I suppose the best account of the workings of the unconscious intuition are to be found in the writings of Henri Poincaré and more recently of Adamar, who describe mathematical intuitions, these uprushes of knowledge and insight which come out of the unconscious. I mean, generally the process is that the mathematician wrestles with a problem and cannot succeed in solving it, leaves it alone, and then suddenly in a moment of distraction or of reverie, the answer will come into his head. Well, sometimes the answer is correct and sometimes it's not, but it is the business of the critical conscious mind to examine this answer and, in the cases when it's correct, to see what the logical steps are between this conclusion which the conscious mind has arrived at in its subterranean state and the premises from which the whole thing starts. And it is interesting to remark that in his recently published book, Professor Brunner, in his book The Process of Education, devotes a chapter to the possibility of actually training the intuition, training children to retain and to sharpen their powers of intuitive thought. He says there probably is still a great deal of research to be done in this field, but he is very strongly of opinion that this should be taught to children. The children should not have this power of guessing, sometimes correctly, sometimes incorrectly, but above all, that they shouldn't have this repressed by the process of analytical education, and that they should be encouraged and trained to do their intuiting in a, not exactly systematic, but because it isn't systematic, but to do it in as a regular thing, to be open to this idea of intuition. Now, we pass now from the positive unconscious in the sphere of science to the closely related operations of the positive unconscious in the spheres of art. Here, of course, the whole idea of poetic inspiration has been around for centuries, for millennia. It's interesting, for example, to find that in several of the Indo-European languages, the word for poet and seer is the same. We have vates in Latin, we have fili in Irish, and we have thulr, I think is the word, in Icelandic, always meaning the same thing, that the poet is the seer. And we have in Homer phrases of, for example, that the minstrel sings out of the gods. And we have this whole idea of inspiration running right through into modern times. I mean, it's interesting to find what numbers of great poets have said about the subject. For example, Goethe says, the songs made me, not I the songs. And Lamartine says, it is not I who think, it is my ideas that think for me. And Musset says, Alfred de Musset, one doesn't work, one listens. It is as if some stranger were whispering in one's ear. And then Shelley has a curious metaphor. He says, the mind in creation is like a fading coal, which some invisible influence, like an evanescent wind, awakens to transitory brilliance. In relation to these remarks, it's worth pointing out that the famous summing up of philosophy by Descartes, cogito ergo sum, I think therefore I am, was emended by the German romantic philosopher von Baader to cogitor ergo sum, I am thought, therefore I am. Not I think, but I am thought, therefore I am. And there is, I think, a great deal to be said for von Baader's ideas, that the ego naturally retains its immense importance as a guiding, critical faculty within the total mind-body, but that a great many of its best ideas come to it from somewhere else. And obviously, I think one of the major problems of education is to keep open this door into the other world where these ideas come from, to help the young person to remain open and aware of these kind of intuitions coming from a deeper level. All this allows us, I think, to make a reasonable definition of what is genius. A man of genius, I suppose, is one who has a particularly active, positive unconscious, and a particularly good one which furnishes him with a great many novel insights and brilliant new ideas. And at the same time, he must have, obviously, a very good and efficient conscious, critical mind which can take the ideas which come to him in this way by a kind of automatism and examine them, see if they are really good, work them out and fit them into, build them up into structures, either scientific or philosophical or artistic, which shall be satisfactory. This, I would say, is the definition of a man of genius, that it is both inspiration and perspiration. I mean, there has to be the thing coming in and the tremendous hard work being done also. Of course, a thing which we must never forget is that some of the uprushes from the unconscious world, in many cases, they are not of the first quality. They may be extremely poor in quality. In this case, we have somebody, you see, we're talking about the arts, who is working. Voltaire prided himself on being a writer of tragedies, and he wrote one of his tragedies, Catiline, a 5-act tragedy in rhymed Alexandrines, in 1 week. And he wrote to a friend apropos of this feat. He was saying, nobody who has not experienced poetic inspiration can possibly believe this to be true, but I have experienced this inspiration, and here is the tragedy. The only trouble is the tragedy is completely unreadable. So that we see that we can have all the functioning of genius without the results of it. In this case, the uprushes resemble very much the automatic writing which we find in a number of mediums. And here again, if you look at the output of mediums, most of it is a kind of inspirational twaddle. Occasionally there are messages which look as if they had some kind of veridical quality to them. Still more occasionally there are utterances of very profound kind of mystical wisdom, and still yet more occasionally there are quite considerable works of art produced in this automatic way. I'm thinking of the very, very strange case which has been frequently quoted and analyzed, the case of Patience Worth, this historical novel which was produced by a quite unlettered lady in the Middle West who wrote in this archaic English style, which never really departing from the spirit and the vocabulary of the century in which she was writing, a book which it's not a very good book, but it's quite an interesting book, and it remains one of the real puzzles of the work of the positive unconscious. Where on earth did this thing come from? She, of course, affirmed that it came from the spirit of some dead person who was speaking through her, but this may or may not be true. But anyhow, there was something in her mind capable of spinning an extremely good yarn and bringing it out, and also, I mean, still more remarkable, of maintaining this kind of historical archaic vocabulary over quite consistently over hundreds of pages. In relation to the storytelling faculty, it's worthwhile to quote the case of Robert Louis Stevenson, which is one of the most remarkable cases of an excellent author who relied almost entirely on the unconscious mind for his material. He tells us in Across the Plains that all his stories came to him in dreams or in reverie from something not himself. He called this part of him the brownies. He says, the brownies in my head present me with this material, and all I have to do is to work it up into literary form. In the lecture which I shall give in relation to visionary experience, I shall have more to say about this very odd storytelling faculty which seems to be at the back of every mind, but which in certain minds is developed, as I say, to an extraordinary pitch. And here again, this is, I do think, a most fantastic phenomenon, that this power of invention, of fictional invention, of dramatization, should lie lurking here. Most of us are aware of it, of course, only during dreams or in delirium, but there are certain people to whom this storytelling faculty provides an endless wealth of material, either for their amusement or, if they happen to be capable writers, for the purpose of turning out fiction or drama. Now, before we leave this subject, I would like to mention one of the oddest phenomena produced by the unconscious mind, the phenomenon of what is called the calculating boy. These children are really, I mean, they seem to be entirely inexplicable. You get these children who have these amazing capacities for doing arithmetical calculations in their head with extraordinary rapidity and with perfect accuracy. I want to read an anecdote which I'm very fond of about one of these calculating boys who was called Benjamin Blythe, who lived early in the 19th century. And this is a story which his father wrote down about him. He used to go for, his father liked going for a walk before breakfast always, and the little Ben, who was then 6 years old, went for a walk with him one day, and as they walked along, Ben said, "Papa, at what hour was I born?" And Papa said, "At 4 a.m., my child." And then he said, "And what is the time now?" "The time, my boy, is 7:52. Ben worked along for a few hundred yards in silence, then stated the number of seconds he had lived. His father took a note of the number, went home, took out pencil and paper, made very elaborate calculations for about 20 minutes, and came out triumphantly and said, "Your answer is out by 172,800 seconds. Whereupon Ben said, "Papa, you have forgotten the 2 leap years of 1820 and 1824. Complete collapse of Papa, of course. Well, Ben Blythe grew up to be a quite capable mathematician. And there have been, I mean, this is a very interesting thing. There are 2 cases of calculating boys who grew up to be men of genius. One is Ampère, and the other is Gauss. 1 or 2 others have grown up to be remarkable mathematicians, have lost their calculating faculty, but have grown up to be and have been quite intelligent and even well above the average. Perhaps the most extraordinary thing is that quite a number of them have been far below the average in intelligence. The most extraordinary case of them all was a German in the middle 19th century called Dase, who he was really completely half-witted. He was unable to the day of his death to understand the first book of Euclid, but he had this unbelievable capacity for doing sums in his head, and for all his life, for about 40 years, he was paid a small pension by the Prussian government to find the factors of numbers between 7 millions and 8 millions, which he did with the greatest of ease. This, I do think, presents one of the strangest mysteries. I mean, where on earth does this fantastic capacity come from? It seems really quite inexplicable that that some people should have built into their brains this enormous power of arithmetical calculation, which they don't know how they do it in many cases. Many of them have been asked, how do you do it? Some of them have some ideas of how they do it, but some of them simply don't know at all. They just say, I get the answer. That there is some kind of not I sitting down in the basement which performs these calculations and presents the result to the conscious self, and the conscious self may, as I say, be a complete idiot. We just have to hold up our hands with a complete incomprehension. Well, so much for the negative and the positive unconscious. Now let us consider what may be regarded as the deepest of all levels of the unconscious, namely the bodily level. After all, we all go about with a body, and it profoundly influences our personal life, and we know remarkably little about most of its functionings. For example, I give the order, I want to raise my arm. Well, this is a very simple order, and the arm duly goes up. But how on earth does it go up? After all, we have no idea. We can give this general order, but there is some kind of physiological intelligence within the body which mobilizes the resources of the body to carry this order out. And we now, this has been analyzed, and we see that this process is of immense complexity. There has to be a coordination of nerves and muscles, and below the level of massive molar level, there is, of course, the cellular level and the subcellular level. There's an enormous organization of electrical impulses and chemical exchanges and changes going on, none of which do we as personal conscious egos have the slightest awareness, and nor does, as far as we know, does any part of our unconscious with which we ever come into contact either have the slightest awareness of this, that this kind of physiological intelligence works within us in ways of which we are perfectly ignorant. The Aristotelian philosophers of the Middle Ages and the early Renaissance used to call this physiological intelligence which runs the body, used to call it by the name of the two aspects of the soul, the vegetative soul and the sensitive or animal soul. Now, these are quite useful terms. We mustn't, of course, take them too seriously. They are merely useful as names of processes, but they are by no means the names of functional entities. I shall sometimes use the word vegetative soul as a kind of shortcut for describing certain things which happen within the body. And the interesting thing is that this kind of physiological intelligence has two aspects. There is what may be called the biological intelligence, the sort of generalized specific intelligence which runs our heartbeat, our digestion, which heals wounds when we hurt ourselves, which mobilizes the resources of the body against disease and so on. And there is also a kind of ad hoc physiological intelligence, which mobilizes resources of the body to perform specific actions. And some of these actions appear to have no kind of evolutionary precedent, and some of them even seem to have no kind of utility. A very strange and peculiar example of what the physiological intelligence of a quite lowly animal can do is provided by the parrot when it imitates something. Now just try to analyze what happens when a parrot imitates a human voice saying something. Presumably the parrot consciously hears the human voice repeating this phrase, whatever it may be, and after hearing it some time, I mean this evidently penetrates into its mind, such as it has, and then something inside the parrot gets to work and proceeds to organize a noise-making apparatus which in the bird is radically different from the human noise-making apparatus. We have, after all, tongue, teeth, soft palate. They have a tongue of a quite different shape. They have a beak. They have no soft palate. They have no teeth. And yet the imitation that a parrot can give is sometimes so good that dogs will be deceived by the bird calling out, and they think it's their master's voice. And even occasionally, I think human beings can even be deceived by the parrot's words and think that it is another human being speaking. Well, this is really most extraordinary when you try to think, to analyze this. I mean, that you see that there is something in the parrot, there's some kind of physiological intelligence performing an ad hoc act which has no evolutionary precedent and no biological value as far as one can see at all, performing it in a way inconceivably more difficult than anything that the conscious parrot can do. There is a part of the parrot's mind, this unconscious physiological intelligence, is infinitely brighter than the parrot's conscious mind. Now, in human beings, there are certain analogies to this. I mean, for example, again, the question of imitation, a very tiny infant will imitate the smiles of somebody who bends over the crib and smiles. Again, here is something within the infant which arranges the most elaborate display of muscles to produce this smiling. And we have examples which are very, very strange. I mean, some of you may have read a very curious book which came out, I suppose about 5 or 6 years ago, by a German psychologist called Herigel, who spent some time in Japan and who studied the art of archery. There's a special art of Zen archery in Japan. His book is called Zen and the Art of Archery. And this is a particularly interesting book because one sees that the whole technique of this art consists precisely in the ego getting out of the way, that when the ego interferes, it just messes everything up. I mean, actually, to make a small digression here, it's quite obvious that what may be called the physiological intelligence of the body is almost infallible, so long as it's not interfered with by the ego or by the personal unconscious. The moment some kind of personal anxiety or subconscious anxiety or some other subconscious distressing emotion comes into play, then we're liable to get psychosomatic disorders that all that the ego can do in relation to these physiological intelligences is to mess them up, to prevent them functioning properly. Well, here in this curious art of archery, what is taught is simply a kind of organized passivity, of a stepping aside of the personal self and permitting this physiological intelligence to do a specific ad hoc act, which is firing the bow. And the bow is fired with the most incredible accuracy. Hegel describes this whole process, and it's extremely interesting, as showing that, like the parrot, we have something within us which is, in a certain sense, much more intelligent than we are. It's again one of these extremely mysterious things that we should carry around with us, this kind of extravagantly well-developed intelligence which can do not merely the daily miracles of keeping the body balanced and functioning, but also these strange ad hoc feats which, as I say, don't seem to have any kind of evolutionary precedent, and which it just performs because it's able to perform them. Well, now let's briefly consider another aspect of the body. Now, the word here, of course, of the body is a very unsatisfactory word, because in point of fact there are actually on this planet at the moment, I forget, about 2.9 billion bodies. And the interesting thing about human bodies is that they're sufficiently alike to one another for them all to be recognized as human, but they are also sufficiently unlike one another for each of them to be recognized as belonging to a unique individual. In general, I think biologists tell us that variability tends to increase in species according to their position in the evolutionary hierarchy, that the higher you go up the evolutionary ladder, the greater the degree of variability, and the highest degree of variability in any species is found in man, that there is this enormous variability between individuals, and this, of course, is extraordinarily embarrassing for the people who want to develop a satisfactory science of man, because after all, science, as we in the ordinary natural sciences, is, in the words of Émile Meyerson, the great French philosopher of science, I mean, science is the reduction of diversity to unity, the finding of a kind of generalized idea which covers the behavior of all the members of a class. But with the human beings, the differences are just as important as the resemblances, so that to a really satisfactory science of man will require not only the development of general laws of behavior, but also some way of talking about the individual differences between the special differences between individuals, and the way in which these general laws of behavior are applied in specific cases. Now, plenty of recent work exists which shows that, which stresses the importance of these differences. I was thinking of a remarkable work done at the University of Texas by Professor Roger Williams, whose book Biochemical Individuality points out that on the biochemical level we are even more different than we are from one another in the shape of our faces and bodies, that there are these profound differences. And in his other books he's pointed out that there are striking anatomical differences in the structure of different organs, in the structure of the nervous system and so on, which indicate quite clearly that this immense variability exists among human beings, and that it is no wonder that there is so much misunderstanding between people in the world. I mean, that the fact that we are so very unlike one another accounts, of course, for the extraordinary difficulties we have in getting on with one another, and also, I think, is one of the good reasons why we should be tolerant and have some kind of democratic form of government which permits a certain degree of free choice. I mean, if everybody were alike, then some dictator at the top could perfectly legitimately dictate what was good for all of us, because what was good for him would be good for everybody else. But as we are profoundly different from one another, then some kind of regime in which there is a certain freedom of choice is clearly more biologically sensible than a dictatorship. I think this is an important fact to remember. Now we come from the biochemical dissimilarities to the morphological differences, and here I would recommend you to examine an extraordinary book which came out 3 or 4 years ago, W.H. Sheldon's Atlas of Men. And this is a volume of several thousand photographs showing the entire spectrum of human variability. Sheldon has worked on a kind of systematization of the differences between men, and this sets forth the evidence of his theories, and we see here this extraordinary display of different types of creatures. I mean, it's almost unbelievable that people as different from one another as the people at the 3 polar extremes of possible variability. It's almost incredible that they should belong to the same species. Incidentally, I'm sorry to say that when one looks at this book, one is struck by the curious ugliness of the human species, and I look forward with horror to the publication of its companion volume, which will be the Atlas of Women, which I think will probably be a book of such an extraordinarily anti-aphrodisiac nature that should never be put into the hands of a young man. Again, as I say, this in the most clear and pictorial form indicates the extraordinary range of variability between individuals. Now, quite an interesting point here I would like to make very briefly is that if you look back over periods of history, you can see that certain types of physique and temperament, which undoubtedly to some extent is conditioned by physique. For example, I mean, no novelist in his senses would put the character of Falstaff into the body of Cassius, or the character of Pickwick into the body of Uriah Heep. There is a certain relationship between the physique and the temperament. And as I say, I think in every period of history there are 1 or 2 types of physique and temperament which are fashionable and which seem to be particularly useful in that period, and that those who happen to be born not belonging to that type of physique and temperament find themselves very unhappy. There's a poem by William Blake where he says, "Oh, why was I born with a different face? Why was I not born like the rest of my race? When I look, people stare. When I speak, I offend. Then I'm silent and passive and lose every friend." And this is certainly this is a state of things which many people have suffered from. I mean, who find themselves physically and temperamentally in a world which approves of other types of physique and temperament than they happen to have. Again, it's another a very good reason for tolerance and for freedom of choice. In this context, I would like briefly to touch on something which I think is of great interest in regard to physique and temperament. That is to say, the traditional rendering in Christian art of the figure of Jesus. Now, this is very curious. We shall find here that there is, on the whole, there is a fairly standardized traditional figure. In no case, as far as I know, I don't think there is any example of Jesus having been represented as round and comfortable like the Chinese god of luck. And there is no case, I think, either of his having been represented as a kind of bustling, roly-poly figure like Santa Claus. Almost always he is represented as, I'm using Sheldon's classification, as a 2-3-5, that is to say somebody with almost the lowest amount of sort of soft roundness, with about the middle amount of muscularity and drive, and a rather high in linearity and slenderness and sensitivity. And this, very occasionally, great artists have represented the figure of Jesus as powerfully muscled. For example, in the famous picture in San Sepolcro in Italy of the Resurrection, Jesus is actually more powerfully muscled, more athletic than the Roman soldiers round the tomb. And in many paintings by Rubens, he is represented as very powerfully muscled. And this generally we find offensive. There's an epigram by Blake after when he'd seen a picture by Rubens where he said, "I always thought Christ was a carpenter and not a brewer's servant, my good sir." And again, I mean, this shows how profoundly we are aware of this, the importance of the bodily relation to temperament and to behavior in the world. Now, here I have much more time, but I would like very, very briefly to speak about this immemorial controversy which has been going on for many, many centuries between the proponents of nurture and the proponents of nature, the proponents of the heredity and the proponents of environment. But this, as I say, has been going on in different forms for an enormous time. We get it originally in a theological form, in the problem of predestination or of works. Matthew Prior wrote a very amusing 2 couplets which sum up the whole problem of predestination. It goes like this: "Could destined Judas, long before he fell, escape the terrors of a future hell? Could Paul resist, deny, or not embrace obtruded heaven and efficacious grace?" And this, of course, the extreme Augustinians would say no, that they couldn't escape this, that Jesus, Judas on one side and Paul on the other were predestined to their different fates. And there was this great controversy in the 5th century between St. Augustine and Pelagius. Pelagius was obviously an early British behaviorist because he came from Britain. Pelagius is a fancy name for Morgan. And Whereas Augustine maintained that man was born hopelessly depraved, Pelagius maintained, like J.B. Watson, that he was born completely blank. It was a tabula rasa, that he was born without tendencies towards good or evil, and that the sin of Adam affected only Adam, and that every child was born as innocent as Adam had been born, whereas and that even an unbaptized child would go to heaven, whereas Augustine insisted that hell was paved not with good intentions but with unbaptized infants. Well then, in later centuries, the argument between nature and nurture shifts its ground, and we find in the 18th century, for example, a revival of pure Pelagianism. We get, in Locke, where the man is born as a tabula rasa, still further, it goes further in Helvetius in the middle of the century, asserting that that all abilities are due to education and environment, and that you could take any shepherd boy from the mountains of the Cevennes and turn him into an Isaac Newton, which I am afraid is rather optimistic, to say the least of it. Then you get at the end of the century Lamarck with his doctrine that acquired characteristics were inherited. And then you get a sharp reaction in the 19th century with Darwin and Mendel and the later eugenists insisting on the importance of hereditary factors. In recent times, you have had another swing back towards the Pelagian position with the early writings of Watson, who affirmed roundly at one time that he could see absolutely no evidence for musical or mathematical ability being inherited, and that any child could be turned into anything by suitable conditioning. And we have had, of course, for a time in Russia, there was the revival of Lamarckism under Lysenko, who insisted that you could manipulate plants in such a way that you could change, you could cause acquired characteristics to be inherited. Well, it seems pretty obvious that neither of these extreme views is correct. Obviously, it seems to me that the nature and nurture are synergic, they always act together all the time, and that it's perfectly ridiculous to stress one at the expense of the other. And indeed, if you analyze the realities of the case, you find that if you are a believer in the existence of hereditary factors and their importance, then ipso facto you must be a social reformer, because it is only under good environment that the good hereditary factors can find their full expression. In a bad environment, a good heredity will either be repressed completely or masked or distorted in some way, so that every good eugenist and every believer in heredity, as I say, should be a social reformer, and conversely it seems to me that every good social reformer should certainly take into account the facts of hereditary differences in order to make his environmental training of the young effective. And with this I will close this lecture, which I've run a little bit too long, I'm afraid. Needless to say, I've only touched on very few of the endless factors which which modern research has revealed about human beings, but I hope I've touched upon some of them which are of more significance than others, and I trust that you will find these, the modern view, valuable. I mean, this sketch of the modern view, useful to you in your thinking about individual behavior and about the march of events in the world. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to talk tonight about a subject which looks on the face of it fairly simple and obvious, but which is not at all simple when one examines it closely: the relationship of the individual to history. Let me begin by making an analogy out of, in the world of physics, the relationship between a gas and its component molecules. Now, the laws of gases deal with volumes, pressures, and temperatures, and their interdependence. But when we pass from the gases to the component molecules, we find that an individual molecule has no pressure, no temperature, and virtually no volume. All that it has in this particular context is kinetic energy and a tendency to random movement. We see then that the laws of gases are profoundly different from the laws governing individual molecules. And I think that mutatis mutandis, we can say that something of the same kind is true in relation to societies enduring over long periods of history and the individuals composing those societies. A society is really not an organism, it is just an organization. It has no powers of perception, no powers of thought, no powers of will. And in this respect, of course, it differs profoundly from the organisms which compose it. Now, of course, one of the most striking facts about the difference between individuals and societies is the extent to which their life, their biography, so to say, is predictable. In regard to societies which are composed of very large numbers, there is a fairly high degree of predictability. Any large mass of numbers can, of course, is subject to fairly accurate prediction. We can work out the average behavior of the innumerable particles within those large numbers and be pretty certainly right. And naturally, the larger the numbers, the more exact the laws. The numbers involved in even a very large society taken over a very long period are extremely small, of course, compared with the numbers which we deal with in physics. And for this reason, naturally, the laws or regularities we find in social masses are much less exact than the laws and regularities we find in societies. Nevertheless, there are detectable regularities in societies existing over long periods, and they are certainly significant. One of the sort of practical demonstrations of the difference between prediction in regard to individuals and prediction in regard to large numbers is illustrated by a consideration of fortune tellers on the one hand and insurance companies on the other. Both are concerned with the business of foretelling the future. But whereas, as far as I know, no fortune teller has ever ended up as a millionaire, no insurance company, if it's reasonably well managed, has ever gone bankrupt. So that we see that there is a profound practical difference between the two types of prediction. Where very large numbers are involved, we can predict sufficiently well for insurance companies to become immensely rich and to own practically everything in a huge country like this. Whereas fortune tellers, even the best of them, are extremely hit and miss in their predictions, and as I say, never end up by making great fortunes. Of course, in relationship to large numbers, to societies, there is this, one can say of them, that the nature of social laws, social regularities, cannot be discovered by means of empathy with individuals, by feeling into their state of mind or even making inquiries about them. This will not tell us about the social regularities of the historical group of which they are members. Conversely, neither will the regularities which are detectable in the large groups tell us much about the destiny of any given individual. The actuaries of insurance companies will tell us that the average death age of a man is whatever it is, 69, of a woman 72. But this does not permit us to say that Mr. Jones will die punctually at 69 or that Mrs. Jones will live on for 3 years longer. This is merely the statement of a regularity which can be observed when we look at very large numbers. And of course, as it's now been realized since the time of Boltzmann, almost all general laws of nature are essentially statements of averages concerned with very large numbers. And that there is therefore this profound difference between the laws governing these great numbers of large societies enduring for a long period of time and the laws governing individuals. Now let us examine specifically what is the relationship between the individual and his society enduring in time. Any individual, of course, is surrounded by history, and his life runs parallel with a section of history. But to what extent is he in history? To what extent can he experience this process which is going on this large scale in relationship to great masses of people? Now, first of all, let us inquire what is history. This, of course, many historians have brought up different definitions of history, but I would like to cite one of them, the definition of history given by a contemporary philosophic historian, Arnold Toynbee. What Toynbee says is this, where he begins by asking a question. What will be singled out as the salient event of our time by future historians? Not any of the tragic, sensational, catastrophic events that fill the headlines and occupy our minds, rather the impact of Western civilization on other cultures and the reaction of those cultures on Western civilization, and the ultimate emergence of a religion affirming the unity of mankind. Well, this is one way of looking at history, one philosophical way. Needless to say, there are many others. But all of them, I think, tend to take this extremely wide and generalized view of history. And the problem then, of course, is what is the relationship between an ordinary individual and this kind of history. Obviously, if we consider Toynbee's view of the important historical events of our time, nobody now living is aware of this history. This is a process on such a very large scale and over such a very long period that no single individual can really be conscious of it. So that in this sense, the individual is not living in the history which seems important to the philosophical historian. The only sort of history he is consciously living in is the kind of catastrophic history of the headlines, and we shall go into his relationship to those a little bit later. The philosophical historian, of course, is in the curious condition of a situation where he has to lead a double life. As an ordinary family man and citizen, he is living as a molecule, obviously, but he is thinking as a gas, or trying to think as a gas. And this, I think, does, in a sense, produce a kind of schizophrenia in him, which must be, I think, very uncomfortable, but nevertheless it is something which I think we all have to undergo, this kind of schizophrenia of the immediacy of individual life and the width and generality of life on the great scale. But now let us consider what is the relation of the individual even into what may be called the semi-gaseous history of the catastrophic events of our time, quite apart from the emergence of a new religion and the action and reaction of cultures upon one another. What is, in general, the relationship between people, men and women, and these events? Now, before we go into close examination of this, let us just ask ourselves the question, how much of any individual life is related to history on either of these scales, on the fully gaseous scale or the semi-gaseous scale? Well, the first thing that strikes us is, of course, a most extraordinary fact that every human being passes a full third of his life completely outside of history and even outside of space and time. That is to say, he spends 8 hours a day asleep. And this is a profoundly important and interesting fact. It is the fact that we can, for 1/3 of our life, escape from our wretched egos and their problems, is the only thing which permits us to remain healthy and sane. It is known perfectly well that if people are cut off from sleep for any length of time, they will have a psychotic break, and they will also become physically very ill. And we then pass on from the question of sleep to other areas of human life. Before this, let me go on a little bit further with sleep. This is really, the more one thinks about sleep, the more extraordinary it is. I mean, it's fantastic, really, to remember that for 8 hours of each day, even the most violent fanatic, even the most fiendishly scheming devil becomes, so to say, reconciled with the order of nature. He ceases to be himself and becomes this completely innocent and harmless creature. And I mean, which, thank heaven, does put a certain limit to the amount of harm he can do. But even a Himmler, even a Stalin, even a great financial operator like Jay Gould does spend a third of his life in a state of innocence. And this is, I must say, a very consoling fact. What is less consoling is this, that whereas human beings can refresh themselves and gain new insights and new vitality during their sleep, organizations never sleep. They are like electronic machines which have been programmed in a certain way and which go on doing this thing indefinitely until somebody comes along and either smashes the machine or puts in a new program. But meanwhile, they go on in a state of chronic insomnia, grinding out this particular thing that they were programmed to do. And I think this is one of the reasons why, when we examine the history of states and churches, we find so often that the records of their doing seem to be those of a kind of organized insanity. I remember when I was at school, we used to sing a hymn which went, how did it go? It went, "We thank thee that thy church unsleeping, while earth rolls onward into light, through all the world her watch is keeping, and rests not now by day or night." Well, this, of course, may account for the extremely unfortunate nature of a great deal of ecclesiastical history. That the church... The church never sleeps and is therefore gets no sort of direct refreshment. I mean, fortunately, its individual members sleep and have kind of inspirations from the beyond their own egos, and with immense difficulties can introduce reforms. But there is no way in which an organization, however holy it may appear, can itself refresh itself through sleep. That there is this profound difference between the individual and these large-scale organizations, and that the fact of sleep, I think, is of enormous importance, which we can't overlook. Now, from sleep, let us pass to some of the other aspects of human life, which are to a very large extent outside of history. Obviously, birth and infancy are almost completely outside of history, and even a great deal of childhood seems to go on with virtually no relation with the great historical processes going on. And the same thing is true of death. The decrepitude preceding death and death itself are again factors outside of history. The decrepit person is not aware of the great historical processes going on around him, and even relatively little aware of the short-range history. He is mainly aware with the diminution of his powers, the narrowing of his attention, the general closing in of everything around him. Some consciously historical figures have tried very hard to die in a historical way. It is reported, for example, of Daniel Webster, that when he was dying, and he was on his deathbed, he talked almost incessantly to his friends and ended up, shortly before expiring, by turning to them and saying, "Have I said anything unworthy of Daniel Webster?" And after that, of course, the silence closed in, and that even the most historically minded person has to yield finally to the ultimate facts of physiology and the spirit. In the end, as Lucretius says, "E ripitur persona manet res," the mask is ripped off, and only the reality remains. Now, not merely childhood and old age are outside history, but even considerable parts of sickness. I mean, many people spend quite a number of years of their life in ill health, and while they're in this state, they are again much, really profoundly out of touch with the cultural and historic life of their times, much more completely preoccupied with their own bodily feelings and the sense of diminution which is going on in their life. And when we add up the amount of time which is spent, I mean, in a lifespan of 70 years, how much time is spent outside of history? We find that adding sleep to childhood and the average period of decrepitude and of sickness, we find that about 40 years of a 70-year lifespan are spent outside of history. Now, this I do think is a very strange and interesting fact that here we are immersed in history. Here we are the component molecules of a great social gas, and yet, as far as our consciousness is concerned, more than half our lifespan is passed entirely away from this world. But then we come to the question of private life. I mean, even when we are mature and fully awake, we have the choice between living in a sort of continuous contact with the historical movements going on around us, or living a strictly private life. The best definition of a desirable private life that I know of was given by Rozanov, the Russian essayist who died shortly after the revolution, very curious and interesting writer, who described a desirable private life as picking one's nose and looking at the sunset. And the more one thinks of this, the better it is, actually. It's a wonderful definition, because you can generalize it and point out that private life, enjoyable private life, is, of course, the enjoyment of physiological processes on one side and of aesthetic and intellectual and aesthetic processes on the other. And Rozanov's definition, I think, sums up a great deal of what our life is. We can, of course, go further into this. I mean, it's quite clear, for example, the sexual life is profoundly non-historical. There are many... our cultural arrangements do their best to regulate marriage and sexual life in general, but the direct experience of sexual life and the reason why it seems so profoundly important to people, I think, is precisely because, like sleep, it takes us out of history, out of the cultural relationships, out of the sort of boring pattern, even out of our personal identity. And this, of course, this final fact of sex being a kind of holiday from personal identity and from cultural and historical values was stressed again and again by D.H. Lawrence in his books. I mean, the kind of religious, the religion of the dark gods, the kind of mystical materialism of Lawrence's books are essentially about this, about the possibility of escaping through the blood, as he calls it, into this non-historical and even non-personal world. And of course, over and above these various physiological escapes from history and ourselves, there are the various aesthetic and intellectual escapes which are of immense importance, I think, to a great many people. And it's interesting in this context to look into the history, look into the biographies of people who have understood, be introspective and have understood the nature of their own lives, and to see what they have said about this fact. Let me quote a very remarkable passage from Montaigne, where he says, "Can I honestly enough confess with how very trifling a sacrifice of my tranquility and peace of mind I have lived almost half my life while my country was in ruins." Montaigne's life, of course, was contemporary with these unutterably savage religious wars which were going on in France in the later 16th century. And this is Montaigne, of course, was one of the most honest and self-observant of men, and this is, I think, a very interesting testimony that a man can, by dint of living in an intellectual world, live completely apart and unaffected by the catastrophic events of his time. And we see, it's most interesting to look into the history of a number of great writers and to see the extent to which great artists of different types, the extent to which they seem to have been quite unmoved by the savage historical events of their time. I mean, take a great musician of the 17th century, Heinrich Schütz. For Schütz, you read his biography, you find that he spent all his time running away from the 30 Years' War. He would be in one place and then the tide of battle would roll over and he would hastily go somewhere else. And he lived a hunted life, trying to get away from these dreadful warring armies who were devastating his country all the time. But you look in his music, and really I think you find absolutely no trace of this at all. The music simply follows a kind of logical, it follows its own inner logic. I shall go into this later when I talk about art, but it is very striking to find that you would think there would be a strong historical determinant in such a life as Schütz's, but not at all. It's the thing which conditions the development of his music is an internal logic within the music itself and within the music of his immediate predecessors. But then we take a case like that of Wordsworth. The lyrical ballads, the prelude, the great odes were all written between 1795 and 1807, which is, of course, was one of the most alarming periods of European history, and a period in which his country was at war for most of the time, in which a tremendous kind of social revolution, as well as a considerable fear of invasion, was going on in the minds of Englishmen. And still more extraordinary, of course, are the novels of Jane Austen. Pride and Prejudice was written, I think, 1796-97, and the other novels were written between 1811 and 1816. But one looks in vain in these delightful novels for any reflection of the really terrifying events which were going on while the books were being written. I mean, you have this impression that the life of the English country gentry and their clergy was going on exactly as ever, that they were just picking their noses and looking at the sunsets, in spite of Napoleon and in spite of the wild events going on in Europe and the menaces which threatened the islands all the time. Another example I take from the life of a man who has always interested me very much, the French philosopher, the greatest French philosopher of the later 18th and early 19th century, Maine de Biran, who left a very, very copious diary so that we know exactly what he was feeling and thinking every day of his life almost. But now, this is an entry of in the early summer of 1794. Well, from a historical point of view, the summer of 1894 is important. It witnessed the execution of Danton and of Hébert, and it witnessed the consummation, the apogee of Robespierre's power, and the dedication of the terror to the Supreme Being. You look in vain in Maine de Biran's diary, really, for any reflection of these things. And here is an entry which is quite interesting. He says, "Today, May 27th, I had an experience too beautiful to be ever forgotten. I was walking by myself a few minutes before sunset, the usual thing. The sight of nature filled me with ecstasy. Ravishment succeeded ravishment. If I could perpetuate this state, I should have found upon this earth the joys of heaven." And once again, some years later, during the 100 Days, Biran found a retreat from history, which at that time was an extraordinarily uncomfortable thing for him, because he happened to be a convinced royalist who had gone over to the service of the returned kings, and then when they fled during Napoleon's return during the 100 Days, found himself in a very, very awkward position and in considerable danger. But what he says here during the 100 Days, he says, where does he, yes, he said, "My mind is occupied with abstract speculations, foreign to all the interests of the world. These speculations keep me from thinking about the actions of my fellow men, and this is fortunate, for I cannot think of them except to hate and despise." I'm quite sure, even in the catastrophic events of the 20th century, we could undoubtedly find innumerable examples of the same kind of retreat into private life, and the fact that the retreat into private life was possible even in these catastrophic conditions. The only difference, I think, between the present and the past is this, that it is becoming, particularly in the authoritarian states, increasingly difficult for the individual to escape into private life. All the dictators have used every means at their disposal to compel people to give up their private life and to live a public life in continuous relation with the horrible history which the dictators, are manufacturing all the time. And as I say, they use all the resources at their disposal, and their resources are incomparably greater than anything that was disposed of by tyrants in the past. You have only to compare the secret police of any state today with the secret police of Napoleon to see that Napoleon's police was absolutely childish in comparison with any modern police force. The modern dictator, and for that matter the modern democratic government, has at its disposal all the resources for detection and coercion which can be imagined. Wiretapping, radio, past cars, everything. I mean, there is nothing which they don't have, and already this figure, this terrifying figure, which Orwell projected into 1984, Big Brother, is in existence. In the past, what one can say is that whereas the spirit of tyranny was always more than willing, its operational, its organizational and its technological flesh were fortunately weak. And I think one can say, without any kind of irony, that the greatest guarantee of liberty in the past was never laws or paper constitutions, it was the blessed inefficiency of governments. But, liberty seems to become more and more difficult of achievement in an age where governments dispose of such extraordinarily powerful means as any government does today. Now, to illustrate the point which I was saying that dictators, I mean, we have had the example of the Nazi dictators and, of course, of the communist dictators, the point that they disliked individuals having private life and made a great effort to keep them continuously in touch with the history they were making. This fact is clearly illustrated if we compare the press in the totalitarian states with the press in democratic states, whereas with a few honorable exceptions, most of the press in democratic countries is devoted to the more sordid side of private life, such as murders, sex, sport, and so on. The press in totalitarian countries is consistently devoted to international news and to propaganda. The minimum of private life is admitted into the totalitarian press, and the reader is continuously having his nose rubbed into the public and historical life of the time. Now, let's pass on to another aspect of the relationship between individuals and history. The fact that most individuals spend a great deal of time outside of history does not mean that exceptional individuals do not exercise a considerable influence upon history. There has, of course, the notion of what the influence of individuals upon history has been has fluctuated from time to time. We have the sort of Carlylean conception of the hero determining history completely, and we have the conception which was stressed by Herbert Spencer and by some sociologists at the present time, that the individual plays no part at all, and that only great impersonal forces are somehow pushing people about. I would think that the fact of the matter is that historical changes are probably determined by the interaction of three main causes, determined by economic pressures of one kind or another, also by ideas, and also by exceptional individuals. The great impersonal movements are certainly at work, but I think it seems to me quite clear that there are many cases in which outstanding individuals direct so to say, the energies within these forces into certain channels. It seems to me fairly obvious that if, say, Bismarck and Hitler and Lenin had all died in infancy, it seems fairly obvious that the history of the later 19th century and of the middle years of the 20th century would have been different from what it is. It might have been similar, but I think without any doubt it would have been different, that these outstanding men did exercise a profound and a very important influence upon us. these speculations of what would have happened if what did happen hadn't happened seem rather vain, and yet they are rather interesting. The French philosopher Renouvier years ago wrote a book called Uchronia, which is the counterpart of utopia. It's not about a place which doesn't exist, it's about a time which doesn't exist. It postulates that certain events did not occur and tries to deduce what the course of history would have been if those events had not taken place. Well, now I would like to illustrate finally the relationship between the individual and history by a brief consideration of progress. Now, progress is two things, I would say. Progress is partly a myth, and to some extent, I think it's an observable fact. As a myth, of course, it's a new myth. It's a myth which arose more or less at the time of the Renaissance and reached a high pitch during the 18th and 19th centuries. And it took various forms. We had the sort of conditional progress of the 18th century, when it was believed that all you had to do was to get rid of kings and priests, and that everything, therefore, would go on getting better and better automatically if you did this. And in the 19th century, there was this idea that if you gave people universal education and taught them how to use the new industrial devices, again, the sort of utopian society would inevitably evolve and keep on getting better and better. And then there was a still more mystical idea that whatever you did, there would be an inevitability of progress, that man was in some way predestined to progress towards a perfect state. Well, I think the myths of progress have obviously been dispelled by the terrifying events of the 20th century. I don't think anybody believes as firmly, certainly, in the myths as they were believed in, say, 100 years ago or 200 years ago. But on the other hand, I think one can say that although the myths are not true, there is something in evolutionary and historical change which can be legitimately called progress. I mean, for example, in the evolutionary history of the world, it seems clear that one is justified in saying that the passage from ordinary molecules to giant molecules, which are the basis of life, was a progress, that the development of unicellular creatures, then of multicellular creatures, was a progression, and that the development of greater and greater complexities, which permitted greater and greater independence from the environment, was also a progress, and that the development of an elaborate nervous system, again, was a progress. The interesting point is, of course, that whereas the progress is visible at the leading edge, so to speak, of evolution, all the non-progressive forms are still there. I mean, we still have the giant molecules in the form of the viruses. We still have any number of unicellular creatures which can go on quite happily living their life. But at the leading edge, there is this something which does, I would say, which deserves the name of progress. And in history, too, in human history, where the evolution through natural selection has been, to a large extent, replaced by a kind of cultural evolution on the psychosocial level, again, I think we can legitimately speak of progress in certain fields. We can speak of a definite progress in the understanding of nature, in the control of nature, to some extent perhaps in the understanding of and self-control of human beings. So this is more dubious, I think. And here again we have the fact that there is a progress, so to say, at the leading edge, and that real people with genuinely Paleolithic mentalities can survive in a world directed by 20th century science. This is certainly a fact, but nevertheless I don't think it necessarily invalidates the idea of progress. Now, what we have to ask now is to what extent do we live with progress? Do we experience it? I think it's clear that it can be observed objectively, but can it be experienced subjectively? And this is, I think, a very interesting point. In regard to, of course, evolutionary progress, no, quite obviously it cannot be observed. To start with, there was, for the first 2 times 10 to the 9th years of evolution, there was no mind to observe the thing at all. And even when some kind of minds came into existence, the time span involved in any kind of progressive change was so enormous that no individual could experience it subjectively at all. In the lower Paleolithic, I imagine any kind of progressive change required at least 100,000 years. In the upper Paleolithic required about 10,000 years. In Neolithic times it required about 1,000 years, I think. And then we get into historical times where we get important progressive changes taking place in multiples of centuries until we finally get down to the present day, where the changes take place in multiples or even fractions of decades. Now, when we have progress going at this rapid speed, as we have now, it should be possible not merely to observe it objectively, but also to experience it subjectively. But now, again, is this a fact? Do we experience progress subjectively? I think we experience it much less than one would think that we do, Take, after all, an individual human life. This is not a progressive thing. This is not a curve which keeps on going up and up. It is a sort of cocked hat curve which rises to a certain point, remains more or less on the level, and then declines. And you cannot expect an old person sinking into decrepitude to be conscious of the world going up and up. I mean, all he is conscious of is himself going down and down. And this, I do think, is a profoundly important fact, that as individuals we are not progressive, whereas in a certain sense history may be regarded as progressive. We as individuals, being non-progressive, find it very difficult to have a direct experience of progression. But then there is the fact, of course, that the human beings have an almost infinite capacity for taking things for granted. We look up at a ceiling, a sort of luminous golden ceiling, and long to get there. But when we get there, we find ourselves walking on a piece of disregarded linoleum. I mean, this is just the floor that we're walking on, and we take it so completely for granted that we are not conscious of the fact that it is a progress from where we were down below. And of course, every individual is born into the world as it is on his birthday. I mean, the modern child regards TV and jet planes as part of the nature of things, and he has no basis by which to, nothing to compare them with. I mean, this is just, these things exist, and he is not conscious, therefore, that a great progress has been made in these fields. Then again, of course, private life remains to a very considerable extent unaffected by progress. It is, in certain aspects of it, of course, are affected, but a great many of the factors which make common life important, private life important to us, simply aren't affected by the general march of progress. That we remain, in a curious way, independent of this thing which objectively, when we look at it from the outside, is so obviously of immense importance. Dr. Johnson had a couple of lines which are relevant in this context. He says, "How small of all that human hearts endure, the parts which kings or laws can cause or cure." Well, to kings and laws we must add now advancing technology and scientific breakthroughs and so on. These still, although they are in some sense much more important than kings and laws, they still remain to a considerable extent outside our immediate experience. And Johnson had another very nice remarks. He said, "Public affairs vex no man, and the news of a lost battle never caused any man to eat his dinner the worse." And conversely, the news of a major scientific breakthrough or the news of a new cosmological theory never caused any man to eat his dinner the better. That do remain in a strange way very isolated from this immensely important factor in our public life. So that we see that here yet again I've used the phrase that man is a multiple amphibian. And here again we see our amphibious existence, this existence torn between the world of objective progress and the world of subjective, no particular progress, the world of private life and the world of history. We remain in this kind of uneasy balance between these two worlds. And I shall end with quoting this dark and memorable lines of Fulk Greville, where he says, "O wearisome condition of humanity, born under one law to another bound, vainly begot and yet forbidden vanity, created sick, commanded to be sound. What meaneth nature by these diverse laws?" And what indeed? And then let us end with the question, because we simply don't know the answer. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, why art? This, of course, is an enormous and extraordinarily difficult subject, but I will begin by asking not merely why art, why science, why philosophy? I suppose the ultimate answer to these questions is that human beings do seem to have a kind of innate will to order, a kind of urge for imposing order and for finding meanings in an otherwise incomprehensible world, and that in their different ways, science, philosophy, and art help man to impose this order, to look for this order, to impose it, and to give meaning to what is otherwise a completely mysterious world in which he lives. Animals, I presume, have no need of science and philosophy and art because the process of ordering has been done for them by their nervous systems. It is done in an extremely simple and very effective way. Their nervous system simply shut out all elements in the world except those which are strictly necessary to them for biological survival. They live not in the wide, enormous, mysterious universe that man lives in. They live in what may be called a tiny verse. The thing is so snug and tightly enclosed that there really no problem arises, and they don't have to invent these elaborate order-giving systems such as science and philosophy and art. Whereas man lives in a world so huge and so profuse and mysterious that he has to devise these methods for imposing order by means of symbolic systems. And of course science and philosophy in that various ways impose order in terms of rational analysis, whereas art imposes another kind of order in terms of beauty embodied in significant forms of one kind or another. Well, in the most general way, what are the criteria which we use in judging works of art in terms of this idea of order and meaning? Well, I suppose let us keep this matter on the most general level. We can criticize a work of art for having too little order. The order is inadequate, the work of art is muddled, or else there may be too much order, too rigid an order, in which case that we feel that the work lacks spirit and vitality. Or on the other hand, the order may be in some way extremely commonplace and boring, or it may be awkward in some way, and in that case we feel that there is a certain vulgarity or an ugliness about the work. And then in regard to meaning, the work of art may express a meaning which is either subtle or extremely obvious, either realistic or false, either noble or ignoble. And all these distinctions constitute adequate criteria of judgment. Then, of course, the order and the meaning may be imposed upon an experience which may, on the one hand, be shallow and narrow, and on the other hand, may be profound and very wide. And I would think certainly that the greatest works of art are those created by men and women whose experience, whose power of imposing aesthetic order is very great, and whose experience is wide and deep. And of course this wide and deep experience is essentially based upon great capacities of sensitivity and sympathy. I think this question of sympathy, of being able to feel ourselves into the world around us, is of immense importance to the artist. This has been expressed, for example, there's a very fine passage in Whitman where he says, whoever walks a furlong without sympathy walks to his own funeral dressed in his own shroud. And he says again, I am the man, I suffered, I was there. He identified himself with the subjects he was writing about. And in a very different, more classical tone, we find Matthew Arnold saying the same thing in The Strayed Reveller, where the Strayed Reveller speaks about the gods and the poets, that they both see the world with this God's eye view of humanity at large, but whereas the gods do not identify with the world's suffering. The poet does, and the stray traveller concludes, such a price the gods exact for song, to become what we sing. Now, the function of the artist is to become what he sings, and then to express by means of extremely penetrating and powerful symbols what he has experienced. Needless to say, all experience is ultimately ineffable. We have, of course, concepts for everything, but they are finally quite inadequate to the experience itself. It is not only mystical experience, but even the most ordinary sensory experience is really ineffable. We have these conventional words in which to describe it. And the essence of all poetry, of course, is in some way to make the ineffable effable by, instead of trying to express the indescribable in rational terms, the poet goes about it in a circular way, and so to speak encloses this void of ineffability with a network of symbols whose arrangement is such that, so to say, they take on their quality from the white spaces between the lines, from the emptiness within the network. They in some way do create a kind of equivalent of on a symbolic level of the experience which they express. This is a very mysterious thing. It's extremely difficult to understand how it is that art at its highest can somehow bypass the essential ineffability of experience and create a kind of experiential equivalent in terms of symbols. Nevertheless, however difficult and mysterious this process is, this is precisely what happens, I think, when a work of art on a great scale is created, that we do somehow make this equivalent of experience in terms of symbols. Well, now let us consider briefly the importance of art in relation to ordinary life and society. Why art here? Well, I think one of the reasons of why art is that art is certainly one of the elements which helps to give a style to life. It may either give a good style or a bad style. And good artists, I think, really are benefactors of society, inasmuch as they help to improve the general style of living. Because as Oscar Wilde remarked very truly, that art doesn't so much imitate nature as nature imitates art. This happens again, and we see this happening again and again in the history of societies, that people do take on in their practical living the qualities suggested to them by their works of art. And in this sense, the aesthetic shortcomings may be regarded almost as moral delinquencies. There is a certain justice in the praise which the crowd cries out in Julius Caesar, "Tear him for his bad verses." They haven't got the right reason there, but there probably are quite good reasons for tearing people for their bad verses, because they do, by producing bad works of art, lower the general style of living. I think it would be quite untrue to say that the work of art is the only factor determining the general style of living within a society, but it is undoubtedly one of the factors, and as such it has, I think, a great social importance. And now, briefly, I would like to make a digression on another of the functions of art, which is the cathartic function, the therapeutic function. Art, it seems to me, has two functions. One is communicative, where a person of great talent communicates through his power to create expressive symbols, communicates insights which his special talents permit him to have, communicates qualities within this experience of his, which his powers of sensitivity and sympathy allow him to have within himself and to give out. This is one of the functions of art. And the other function is a cathartic and therapeutic function, and many of the great artists, of course, have often spoken of this cathartic function of art. They have spoken of the way in which the artistic expression does permit the release of tension within the artist himself, and the getting rid of all kinds of painful emotions. And this is the second function of art. Now, I would say that practically everybody would be well advised to practice art for its therapeutic values. The sort of do-it-yourself painters, the Sunday painters, the ceramic workers and so on, they are undoubtedly doing something which is extremely good for themselves, in getting rid of all kinds of internal troubles in this way. But I think the point which has to be stressed is this, which I think one has to emphasize to all Sunday painters, that although my painting a picture may do me a lot of good, your looking at my picture may not do you any good. In fact, it may give you a severe pain and make you feel rather seasick. And for this reason, I think one should always advise the Sunday painter to confine himself to therapy and not to exhibit. Leave the exhibition of paintings to those who can communicate and who have something to communicate. Unhappily, the world is so unjustly arranged that there are relatively few people who have very much to communicate, and above all, who have this very strange talent for using symbols in such a way that communication can take place. And now, let's consider some of the forms of art. And here, I think it's worth drawing an analogy between the arts and the sciences. In the history of science, we see two methods of thinking about the world, two types of methodology. There is the atomistic method, first of all, the method of analyzing things down into their constituent parts and elements. And this is represented in classical antiquity by Democritus, and then we see it revived in the period of modern science with Galileo and Newton, and in modern days by the contemporary physicists and chemists. This is the analytical method, which of course has been immensely fruitful. But there is also another way of looking at the world, which is the method of seeing not the component elements, but the general forms or gestalts within nature. And this is represented in antiquity by such thinkers as Plato and Aristotle, and in modern times by the comparative anatomists, by the morphologists. Incidentally, the word was invented by a poet, by Goethe, the morphology, and by the students of growth, by Gestalt psychologists and so on. And this is a legitimate, and we discover, an extremely fruitful way of looking at the world. Now, in general, it may be said that art has pursued the second method more than the first. You see, it has been generally a search for forms within the natural world, and an imposition of forms to make the explanation and the comprehension of the world more clear. We have, as I say, not only looked for forms, but we have also in art imposed forms upon our experience. But there has, I think it's true to say, there has also been considerable experiment, particularly in modern times, with what may be called atomistic art. In the world of the novel, for example, we see atomistic novels represented by such works as Lawrence's Women in Love, the novels of Dorothy Richardson, of James Joyce. All these are, so to say, atomistic narratives carried on rather like in the world of physics, atomic physics, which considers reality below the level of qualities. So these atomistic novels consider human beings, so to say, below the level of character. In the same way, we find in contemporary music such composers as Boulez, who are writing music which, so to say, is below the level of melody. And in painting we see phenomena like such as Jackson Pollock, who is painting below the level of geometry, very much as the atomic physicist works on nature below the level of qualities. And in general, however, I think the art has more often pursued forms, the gestalts within nature, and as I say, has tried to impose its own system of forms upon the world. Well, of course, there are quite clearly two types of art. There's the type of art, pictorial and plastic arts, which deal with space, and then there are the other arts whose fundamental medium is time, the art of music, of poetry, of drama, of narration. These are temporal arts, and the others are spatial arts. And within the spatial arts, of course, the fundamental forms, the fundamental types of arrangement have to do with symmetry and asymmetry. And it's interesting here to look at the way in which I think it's true to say that the arts which deal with space have borrowed a number of their significant symbols from the world of nature. For example, if we look at the world of nature, we find that everything which we regard as living and dynamic, I mean the typical animal, from the insect up to the mammal, is bilaterally symmetrical, but asymmetrical fore and aft. In other words, it has a head and a tail, and its legs on each side are much the same. And this sort of one-pointed symbol, this arrow-like shape, is, I think one will find in all pictorial forms that this is a very powerful, dynamic symbol. Whereas the circular symmetry, radial symmetry, is found only in plants and in sessile or free-floating forms. It is not found in forms of animal life which move of their own volition. It is found, as I say, only in those which are attached to the earth or which float about in water, or also in plants which do not move in the same way as animals move. And I think this fact, this profound and obvious natural fact, is perhaps what accounts for the feeling that we have about the curved form and the pointed form. I mean, we certainly get, as we look at Romanesque architecture with its rounded arches, a sense of repose and the domes and so on. And from the Gothic architecture, which is with its one-pointed drive upwards, this sense of dynamic power. And I think one could probably, with a little ingenuity, find many other examples of symbols which have been taken from natural objects and incorporated into the symbol vocabulary which artists have used. Well, then within the temporal arts, we find also a certain taking over of the natural forms of rhythm within the world. I mean, we are perfectly familiar, of course, with these temporal natural rhythms. There are the astronomical rhythms, night and day, the circles of the moon, the coming and going of the seasons, the cycles of vegetation, and so on. And it's interesting to note, too, that man has found it necessary to add these natural divisions of what Whitehead calls perpetual perishing of the continual flux of time. He's found it necessary to supplement these natural divisions with artificial divisions of his own. He has imposed the week upon the month. He has imposed church holidays, national holidays, and so on. Anything in which to break up the rather terrifying fact of this continual flux of time, to make it seem in some way space-like, and to give it this, even in the process of living it, to give it a certain artistic form. Well, I think it's clear that analogues of these natural forms of time divisions have been taken over in the various temporal arts. I mean, we see the various types of rhythm within music, the curves, broken curves, or curves of circles of repetition going on within both music and poetry and the drama and narration. And there have been, I would say, quite definitely borrowings of the fundamental forms out of nature into art. We see this curious and interesting fact that we impose our symbols upon nature, but borrow the shape of them in many cases from nature. We take something, turn it into a symbol, and give it back to nature. And a problem, of course, arises here in relation to certain types of advanced modern art. For example, I've mentioned the music of Boulez just now, and one wonders very much whether a music which has so completely transcended and got beyond the ordinary natural rhythms, the rhythms of the heartbeat, the rhythms of respiration, and so on, whether such a music, however interesting it may be, can form the basis of a new style, whether we are not compelled by the very nature of our being to conform more than certainly some very advanced forms of modern art do to the natural rhythms within us. I would guess that these experiments, which seem to betray an extraordinary kind of impatience, as though it were impossible to spend so much time as is required in listening to a music in which the natural rhythms occur, whether such a music so telescoped and so short, reduced to a kind of shorthand, can form the basis of a flowering, developing musical style. I don't know. I have a strong feeling that it will be found to be almost impossible to keep this going as the basis of a new music. But of course I may be entirely wrong. Now, let us now pass. I'm afraid this lecture is rather incoherent because I have to talk about such an immense number of things. But I would like to talk very briefly about the creative act. What does the artist do when he prepares himself to make a work of art? Well, I think in the most general terms, what he does is to concentrate his mind upon some piece of subject matter and then open himself up to whatever may come into his, what I have called in an earlier lecture, his positive subconscious, in relation to this subject. There will be the sort of conscious mind is pursuing a given theme, but the unconscious is providing all kinds of material. It may be associations out of his own past life, it may be scraps of knowledge, historical knowledge, scientific knowledge, philosophic knowledge, which come in. It may be, in fact, anything which is stored up in this immense magazine of the unconscious mind. And again, I think it's quite clear that the greatest artists have been extraordinarily fortunate in being able to tap an immense reservoir of such material and then to be able to organize it in efficiently, aesthetically satisfying forms. And the organizing process is, of course, what we vaguely call the imagination. And I would like here to quote a very famous passage from Coleridge on the nature of the imagination, which to this day remains one of the best accounts of what this strange faculty in man is able to do. What he says is this: imagination is the power which reveals itself in the balance or reconcilement of opposite or discordant qualities, of sameness with difference, of the general with the concrete, of the idea with the image, of the sense of novelty and freshness with old and familiar objects. Now, this I think is a profound and extremely apposite description of this process of bringing together all this disparate and mutually inconsequential material and forming it into a single whole within the work of art. And of course, on the small scale, this process of the imagination of bringing these mutually relevant factors together into a single harmony is brilliantly illustrated in poetic metaphor. It's worth, I think, in this context, quoting a few vivid metaphors which bring together the most absurdly remote factors and form them into a single, powerfully suggestive unit. For example, in a sleep that knits up the raveled sleeve of thought. Well, here you see you have you combine the idea of embroidery wool or silk with the idea of sleep and the workings of the troubled mind. Or you have the metaphor like in the beginning of The Tempest, the strongest oaths are straw to the fire in the blood. The extremely powerful metaphor. Or the other very bitter and savage metaphor describing the violence of desire, where he says, "And those milk paps that through the window bars bore at men's eyes," this whole sense of the breasts are like gimlets boring into the mind of the man filled with desire. And then let's quote another one from Gerald Manley Hopkins, talking about human nature. And here the art of the baker is brought into a connection with the idea of sin and the soul, where he says, "Self-yeast of spirit, a dull dough sours." Extremely powerful metaphor. And then, of course, there's the famous metaphor in Keats, "I cannot see what flowers are at my feet, nor what soft incense hangs upon the boughs." And in conclusion, I would like to quote this very extraordinary sonnet of George Herbert's on prayer, which is a long catena of metaphors, a very, very strange poem. "Prayer, the church's banquet, angels' age, God's breath in man returning to its birth, the soul in paraphrase, heart in pilgrimage, the Christian plummet sounding heaven and earth, engine against the Almighty, sinner's tower, reversed thunder, Christ's side piercing spear, the 6 days' world transposing in an hour, a kind of tune which all things hear and fear, softness and peace, and joy and love and bliss, exalted manner, gladness at the best, heaven in ordinary, man well dressed, the Milky Way, the bird of paradise, church bells beyond the stars heard, the soul's blood, the land of spices, something understood." And when one reads a piece like this, one does realize the extraordinary power of the imagination, this bringing together of mutually irrelevant elements into a new and powerfully moving set of symbols. Well, of course, on this is, as I say, the working of imagination, the reconcilement of opposites and discordances on the smallest level. But of course, on the large level, we see the same thing. We see any great work of art is essentially the bringing together of many disparate elements and forming them into a harmonious whole. And here, I think, we can speak about something which to me is very significant, the idea of the hierarchy of perfections. Many works of art are perfect in their way, but I think it's true to say that there is a real hierarchy of perfections, that some perfections are greater and more significant than others. For example, the perfection of a haiku, a Japanese haiku, or a sonnet or a Shakespeare song, is not the same, not the equivalent, I would say, as the perfection of a great drama. Full Fathom 5 is not on the same level, although it is perfect in its way, is a perfection inferior to the perfection, say, of Hamlet or Macbeth. I think one can generalize here and say that those works of art are the greatest and most significant, which do harmonize within a single harmonious system the greatest number of significant factors in human living. that you can have a perfection which harmonizes very few factors. I mean, may harmonize only certain aesthetic factors. I mean, which you may have, for example, in the perfection of a sung bowl. This is a real perfection. But I would feel certainly that this perfection is not the equal of the perfection of the best sung landscapes, which harmonize many more elements of our experience, elements of our awareness of the external world, and elements too of an awareness of the inner world. For these great sung landscapes are, in a certain sense, among the greatest religious paintings of all times. They do express a kind of mystical aspect of the human mind in an extremely powerful way. And in general, I think this is one of the bases of the distinction between what is traditionally known as the fine arts and the arts and crafts. That there is, of course, an element of snobbery in this distinction. That the craftsman was regarded as a person of inferior rank to the great painter. But there is also, I would think, a real true evaluation here. That I would think that the great complex work of art, other things being equal, if it has an equal degree of perfection, is a greater work than the perfect the sung bowl or the perfect carpet or whatnot. This, I hate to say so, but it seems to me that this distinction may apply even to a good deal of non-objective painting. Much of this I do think is very beautiful and achieves a kind of perfection, but it does seem to me a limited perfection compared with the perfection, for example, of the great masterpieces of pictorial art. I mean, the Nativity of Piero, the Dos de Mayo of Goya, and so on. I mean, these harmonized in a single, completely aesthetically satisfying whole, such an immensely much greater number of important aspects of human experience, both aesthetic and emotional, intellectual, and spiritual, that I would, without any hesitation, think that these works, however perfect they may be, are essentially minor works of art, and that the great perfections require a more comprehensive taking in of experience. And incidentally, I think there's a great deal to be said for the fact that if you do have elaborate compositions illustrating, for example, a scene in the Bible or in Greek mythology, you have opportunities of creating purely aesthetic values much greater than if you are confining yourself to purely non-objective elements. For example, I mean, take a picture which I happen to like very much, a picture by Botticelli called the Calumny of Apelles. A very, very odd picture indeed. One generally, if one looks at it, one doesn't know what on earth it's about. I actually took the trouble once to look up in one of the dialogues of Lucian, where the subject matter of this picture is described. And I found that this picture of Botticelli's is, among other things, an extremely good and accurate illustration of this story out of Lucian. Well, the story is not of great importance, but it is very important aesthetically, inasmuch as the necessity of painting a great many figures, one of whom is naked, the other are clothed, within an architectural background, called upon, made it necessary for Botticelli to organize the purely aesthetic and formal and coloristic elements in his picture. It made it necessary for him to bring in an immense number of these elements and to organize them into an incredibly complicated composition, which I don't think any merely non-representational composition, however elaborate, could ever have approached. I mean, I don't think the human mind is so constructed that it can produce anything quite as complex aesthetically or quite as satisfactory as the representation of a complex scene in the outside world. Now, very briefly, let's talk about different kinds of art. Obviously, what we have learned in recent times is to tolerate and to like very many different kinds of art. 200 years ago, everything was extremely simple because there was only one kind of art which any civilized person in the Western world could admit to be art, and that was Greco-Roman Renaissance art and its successors. Well, now everything else, of course, was condemned and thought to be ridiculous, and that all other forms of art were regarded as merely as inept efforts to realize the kind of perfection realized, created by the Greco-Roman and Renaissance artists. Well, now we have an immensely much greater knowledge than our parents had. We have photography which has placed at our disposal reproductions of every kind of work of art. Even in my own lifetime, it's incredible what has been opened up. When I was a boy, there was no such thing as Sumerian art or as Minoan art. These things were quite unknown. Mayan art was virtually unknown. Very little was known about the Incas. Nothing virtually was known about the Africans or the Polynesians. Now all this has entered into our knowledge, into our sphere of understanding, and we realize quite clearly that all these methods of looking at the world are perfectly legitimate, and that there are means of achieving perfection within each of these methods. And I think this is, in one sense, an immense gain for us. In another sense, it poses great difficulties because in the time when there was only one legitimate art, people were not distracted at all from it. I mean, they knew there was only one way of doing a thing, and they threw aside everything else. And consequently, they were able, for example, with the elements of Greco-Roman architecture, to go on exploring the possibilities of the style from the late 15th century to the middle of the 19th. And it's incredible what a lot they got out of it simply by concentrating on this one thing. Today we know such an immense amount that it seems very difficult for any body to concentrate for as long as was done in the past on any single one style. And perhaps this is a kind of disadvantage from which we suffer. We have what the French call embarras de richesse. We are embarrassed by our own wealth. And it may be that in certain respects our more ignorant fathers were better off than we are. But for the rest of us, I think, except for practicing examples, except for practicing artists, I think we are all incomparably better off for this immensely wider range of knowledge which is at our disposal. I would add to the discoveries within my own lifetime. One of the great discoveries, of course, has been the discovery of Paleolithic art. The earliest discoveries were made before I was born, but many of the greatest discoveries have come out within the quite recent years. And we realize that here again, even among these extraordinarily primitive people, there were perfections. I mean, anybody who's seen the cave paintings at Lascaux in south-central France must have been overcome with the extraordinary power of these things. And it also raises the most interesting psychological problems. I mean, when we compare the nature of these extremely naturalistic paintings, which seem to have been based upon a capacity for eidetic imagery, when we compare these with the completely conceptualized paintings of Neolithic times, which in their own way are also extremely perfect, we realize what an immense spectrum the world of art can cover. I mean, it can cover, as I say, at one end the art based upon eidetic imagery, perhaps created by people with whom language hadn't been much developed yet. I mean, perhaps this was why they were able to think in such non-conceptual terms. At the other end of the scale, we find the Neolithic art, which is so completely conceptualized that it looks as though man was suddenly reveling in the discovery of language and were projecting onto his painted surfaces these wonderful new verbal ideas which he was able to use which had given new sense to the world. And it does show very clearly over what an enormous gamut this extraordinary activity of art can spread. Now, we finally come to the most difficult problem of all, the problem of music. Well, why on earth does music affect us as it does? Which is a very mysterious thing, because unlike the literary or plastic and pictorial arts, the symbols, the sound symbols of music, they do not represent anything in the external world. They do not have a conventional meaning such as words have. They are not onomatopoeic. They don't correspond at all closely. I mean, the general rhythms may be analogous to the natural rhythms, but there is nothing which makes music strictly comparable to literature or to the pictorial and plastic arts. Nevertheless, I don't think anybody can doubt that music has a profound meaning, but what that meaning is very difficult to say. It certainly isn't the meaning which is on the program notes. To start with, every program annotator says something different. I mean, says this work was made when Beethoven's heart was breaking for somebody or other. The next one says that this is a work of overpowering gaiety or something of the kind. And but nevertheless, this meaning is there and is of profound importance. It is worthwhile in this context to listen to what great musicians have thought about what they were doing. What did Beethoven, for example, think that music was about? Beethoven's writing is unsatisfactory. I mean, his power of expression was entirely within the realm of music. His letters, on the whole, I think, are rather disappointing as letters. And when he wanted to express it himself, he just had to write music. Consequently, what he has to say about music is, in a sense, rather banal, and yet I think it has very great importance. like many other composers, he seems to think that music has a cognitive aspect, that through music, that it was possible for man to come to a special kind of knowledge of the universe, something like the mystics' obscure knowledge, knowledge of the totality of being. And what he says is this: music is the sole incorporeal entrance into the higher scale of knowledge which comprehends mankind. It gives prophetic vision and heavenly wisdom. Well, this, of course, these are, as I say, rather banal and not very significant phrases, but I do think this whole idea of the cognitive value of music, and indeed of all art, is probably very important, that in a certain sense, art, as I say, is something which imposes forms upon the flux of reality, gives it meaning, but in a certain sense it is also discovering not merely forms, but discovering that which, so to say, lies behind the forms. That there is a sense, I think, in which, and this after all is profoundly important in the ideas of Plato, that in beauty we do discover something about the nature of the world, that this in some way or other, in an entirely ineffable and inexplicable way, beauty is built into the fundamental nature of things, and that art is a method of discovering this. And music, above all, with its strange capacity for discovering a sort of pure, incorporeal, dynamic essence of life, does perhaps provide the most powerful weapon for exploring this, the one aspect at least of the ultimate nature of the world. And I would like to finish with this idea. It is, I'm afraid, extremely vague because I don't understand it myself. But I do feel very strongly that this Beethoven's idea of the cognitive value of music, and indeed of art in general, is a real thing, and that, as I say, that we do not merely impose forms upon the world, we discover them within the world, and we also discover that which lies beyond form, and that which is the ultimate source of all form, which, as so to say, the creative principle at the upstream from all particular manifestations. Well, I'll reserve my thanks to the end, and I think I'd better start directly with this large and complicated subject of human potentialities. Let us begin by asking a question. What would have happened to a child of 170 IQ born into a Paleolithic family at the time of, say, the cave paintings of Lascaux? Well, quite obviously, I mean, even if he was as intelligent as Professor Wiener, he could have hardly have developed cybernetics at that period. He could have been nothing except a hunter and a food gatherer. There was no other opportunity for him to be anything else. And now the interesting fact is, of course, that the biologists assure us that physiologically, anatomically, we are very much the same as we were 20,000 years ago, and that we are using fundamentally the same equipment as the Aurignacian man to produce incredibly different results. That we have, in the course of these 20,000 years, actualized an immense number of things which at that time and for many, many centuries thereafter were wholly potential and latent in man. And this, I think, gives us reason for tempered optimism in regard to the future. I think there are still a great many potentialities of a desirable kind, of course also of an undesirable kind, but I think there are still great potentialities for rationality, for affection and kindliness, for creativity, still lying latent in man. And it may be, since everything has speeded up so enormously in recent years, it may be that we shall find methods for going almost as far beyond the point where we have reached now. We may find methods for going beyond it within a few hundred years, to go beyond it as far as we have succeeded in going beyond our Aurignacian ancestors in 20,000 years. I think this is not an entirely fantastic belief. The neurologists assure us that no human being has ever made use of more than perhaps as much as 10% of all the neurons in his brain. And perhaps, if we set about it in the right way, we may be able to produce extraordinary things out of this strange piece of work that a man is. Well, there are, of course, geneticists who talk about the possibilities of eugenics, and quite clearly it would be possible to breed a more efficient type of man. But I think this is so far out of any question of practical politics at the moment that it's not worth discussing, and also at present we really don't know what to breed for. The most that we can say is that there are certain undesirable things which we would like to breed against, but when it comes to the positive side, we don't, I think, know enough to be practical geneticists yet. So I won't talk about that at all, but consider what can be done with the kind of human beings that we are at present. Now, I would think that one of the most important things we have to think about in relation to human beings and to the possibility of actualizing more of our desirable potentialities, one of the important points which we should stress, I feel, more than we do now, is the fact of human differences. Now, human differences are in their way just as important as human similarities. Human beings are unique. The species is more variable than any other species. And every type of human being, every individual who can be, of course, he can be categorized as continuous in a system of continuous variables within a three-pole system. Every individual has a right to his own place in the system and a right to develop according to his own constitution and temperament. And I think that this we shall find increasingly is a matter of very great importance in getting the best out of human beings. That is to say, recognizing the fact of their intrinsic difference and trying in each case to work out means by which every individual can be helped to actualize his potentialities in his particular place in the general scheme of human beings. Now, of course, this fact has been recognized from time immemorial that no single one ideal is suitable for all human beings. After all, within the Christian tradition, we have the two ideals of the way of Martha and the way of Mary, the way of action and the way of contemplation. And within the Oriental framework, we have, I think, a rather more realistic division of human beings, where there are three main ideals. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says that there are three ways of coming to enlightenment, to salvation. There is the way of bhakti, the way of devotion. There's the way of karma yoga, the way of selfless action, and there is the way of jnana yoga, the way of contemplation. And these three polar extremes correspond very closely, I think, to some of the most recent ideas about the categorizing of human beings. They correspond to the French idea, which was popular in the earlier half of the 19th century, of the three types, what was called the digestive type, the muscular type, the cerebral type, and correspond closely to the idea of the three poles of possible viable human variability, which Sheldon has outlined, the endomorph, mesomorph, and ectomorph. And I think we shall find that probably in due course it will be found valuable to develop types of differential education for children of certainly for those at the extreme limits of these polar distinctions. We, after all, now have seen the value of differential education in regard to the both to the intellectually highly gifted and to the intellectually under-gifted. But I think we shall find it valuable to have differential education, not merely, so to say, on the vertical level, but also on the horizontal level. That it will be useful to take children according to their nature of their temperament and give them slightly different kinds of training. One of the valuable things, I think, will be to so to say, temper the wind to the shorn lamb, above all, not to plunge the extreme, linear, thin, sensitive, introverted child into the midst of husky, extroverted mesomorphs, which causes a great deal of suffering on the part of the child. And there are, of course, we live in a world where people like Freud have said that extroversion is the way of health for everybody. But this is obviously simply not true. That it happened to be true for Freud, who was an extremely driving kind of extrovert, but it is not true for very many people. And in fact, we see throughout civilization, the various histories of civilization, that extremely ingenious devices have been made, A, for protecting the introvert from his too violent fellows, and also for finding means for providing safety valves and outlets for the violent people, aggressive people, without their doing too much harm to other people. After all, the whole monastic system was, in a sense, a device for saving the valuable introverted people from too much contact with the feudal classes, and devices like the Teutonic Knights and the Templars were methods for canalizing these tremendous aggressive energies of these types of people into ways which, though they might be harmful for infidels, were not harmful for their own societies. And these were very ingenious devices, which I think we can certainly profitably imitate in our own way. Now, before I go on to the problems of education, I would like to talk about some ways of developing, of actualizing desirable potentialities, which may have nothing to do with education at all. These are the ways which are essentially chemical and pharmacological. 2 or 3 years ago, it was announced that the Russian Academy of Sciences was engaged on a 5-year plan to try to improve intellectual efficiency by pharmacological means. Now, this sounds a little fantastic, but I have talked to pharmacologists about this matter, and a number of them say that it's probably quite possible, that it may be possible to, by pharmacological means, which will do no harm to the organism as a whole, to increase the span of attention, to increase the powers of concentration, perhaps to cut down on the necessity for sleep, and various other things which may lead to a very considerable increase in general mental efficiency. Seeing the extraordinary rate at which pharmacology is advancing at the present time, I would not be at all surprised if within the next 10 or 20 years something of this kind did become possible, and that it may be conceivable that people will be made mentally more efficient by pharmacological means. But then there is another possibility, which is this, that somebody may discover a really good euphoric, something which will make people feel happy without damaging their physical organism. Well, psychologically, we know what the two best conditions for effective accomplishment are. The most favorable condition is crisis. People in crisis will do the most extraordinary things, but you can't keep up crisis. The whole essence of crisis is it lasts for a very short time. If it lasts for too long, then it becomes excessive strain and people break down under it. But the other condition under which people function at a very high level in general is a condition of happiness. People who are contented and happy, I think that it very frequently happens, I think, that this mood of happiness, so to say, lowers the barrier between the conscious and the pre-conscious self, between the ego and the creative powers, and permits the person to do more and better than he would have if he had not been happy. And also, there are other points here. I think that we may find that if we have a good and completely harmless euphoric, but actually people may be more moral. Bertrand Russell has pointed out frequently that contented and happy people are generally much more virtuous and kindly than unhappy people. And that here again we may see in an indirect way this the pharmacological advances contributing to the realization, the actualization of desirable potentialities. Well, now let's come to the problem of education. Here, of course, the thing which, of course, is a burning question here at MIT and, of course, at many other places of higher learning is the problem of scientific specialization and what is to be done about it. Well, we cannot, quite obviously, we cannot escape from specialization. And the problem is, how is it to be offset and mitigated? How are the undesirable effects of extreme specialization to be avoided? Well, the answer up to the present, of course, has been that it should be that the scientific specialization should be mitigated by courses in the humanities, and this is very good. It is excellent that there should be courses in the humanities. But when we examine the matter a little more closely, we find that, after all, courses in the humanities are courses in the world of symbols, of language, so that man, as I've kept on repeating in these lectures, is an amphibious creature, and among the worlds in which he lives, the disparate worlds which he inhabits, are the worlds of immediate experience, more or less immediate, and the worlds of symbols and language. Now, both these worlds, of the scientific world and the world of the humanities, are both worlds of symbols and language, so that a specialization in one type of symbols is being offset by a specialization in another type of symbols. So that I think we find here that this is finally not very satisfactory, that what we need perhaps is some kind of mitigation of all this symbolic specialization in symbolic subject matter by some kind of direct training of the mind-body, which has to use the symbols and do the living and form concepts and thoughts. And this, it seems to me, is one of the major problems which confronts us. How are we to find a method of teaching people, so to say, the non-verbal humanities in some way to counteract the excessive specialization on the level of symbols, both in science and in the conventional liberal arts courses. And incidentally, it's interesting to reflect that the liberal arts of the medieval curriculum were all, with the exception of astronomy and music, were all verbal arts. They were all concerned with words, and even music was treated as a science rather than as a pleasure and an emotional appreciation. And of course, astronomy was also highly abstract and moralistic, so that almost the entire curriculum in medieval times was fully devoted to the verbal training on the level of symbols. And we still inherit this. I mean, we are, I think, a good deal better than the medieval people were in regard to training outside the world of symbols, but we haven't, it seems to me, yet gone far enough in this direction. And here I would like to quote again something which I quoted before. This is a remarkable phrase of Spinoza's, where he says, teach the body to become capable of many things. In this way, you will perfect the mind and permit it to come to the intellectual love of God. But this is, the more one reflects on this phrase, the more remarkable it is. And this, I would say, it would be the kind of slogan, so to say, the kind of first axiomatic statement of what this type of non-verbal education should be. Well, now let's consider the ways in which we could apply this kind of non-verbal humanistic education to human beings. First of all, we would start, I suppose, with perception, which is completely basic to all intellectual life. I mean, I think all good thinking, good feeling, good willing are finally dependent upon good perception. And we do remarkably little, I think, in the way of training the perceptions. We do something in the realm of music, we do quite a lot in the realm of music. We don't do very much in regard to the other special senses, and we don't do very much, I think, in the realm of seeing, which is probably the most important area of perception, the one which we make use of the most. And there is plenty of work which has been done, which indicates that a proper training in the perceptions, a training above all in seeing, can be of great value to people. It can be used to help the human being in all kinds of ways, to make the body more capable of many things. And I would like to make a short digression, because I've forgotten a point here which I think is important to make, that this type of special training of the non-verbal humanities, the training of the mind-body, is probably particularly important at this time, when advancing technology has made a great many of the skillful uses of correlated hand, mind, and eye unnecessary. If you look at what we used to be called master works, which were the works masterpieces, a masterpiece was a piece of work done by an apprentice to prove that he had learned everything that was to be known about his trade and was fit to become himself a master. Well, the interesting thing about all these special skills was that extremely primitive and simple tools were used with immensely skillful hands and eyes and minds to produce very complicated results. Today we have excessively complicated tools which can produce even more extraordinary results, but with a minimum of hand-eye-mind correlation, and often with no hand, mind, and eye at all if the machine is completely automatic and foolproof. And this word foolproof is very important, because a foolproof machine or a foolproof organization, it is not only foolproof, it is also spontaneity proof. It is also inspiration proof. It is also virtuoso proof. So that this means, I think, that we are now more than ever in need of this special kind of training the body to have these non-verbal skills, because there are so many areas of our life where this is not imposed upon us by the structure of our society and the nature of our technology, that we must do consciously what was done to a very large extent unconsciously in the past. Well, now to get back to this question of training the perceptions. Now, quite a lot of work, as I say, has been done in this field. I know only a little of it, but I've been very struck, for example, by the work which was done at the University of Ohio by Professor Samuel Renshaw in the training of all the special senses, above all of vision, and by another man at the University of Ohio, Professor Hoyt Sherman, who employed Renshaw's methods in relation to the teaching of art with the very greatest success. And here are two extremely valuable techniques. I can't go into the details of them now, but they have been fully developed. And one of the interesting things seems to be when these techniques were applied to elementary schools, it was found that the children who underwent this kind of training of the visual sense were developed more rapidly. They seemed to be more intelligent. Their scholastic performance was better. They were more interested in what they were doing. And therefore they behaved better. So that there was a great advantages on every level seemed to accrue from this type of training. And as I say, a lot of work in these fields has been done, and I think there's a very good case for looking into this and seeing what more can be done. Now, of course, the training of the perceptions is only a special aspect of the general training in awareness. Now, I would regard awareness as one of the so to say, the absolute values of human life. I think it is an absolute good to increase awareness. This is an act of faith, but I think that awareness ranks with kindliness and intelligence as one of the basic goods which we should try to realize. And of course, from time immemorial, philosophers have been saying, know thyself, gnoscite ipsum. But it is, of course, very characteristic of our strange civilization that philosophic and moral precepts are given, like know thyself and the ideal of self-knowledge, but no means whereby this ideal can be implemented or the precept obeyed. No means are offered. And it is, for this reason, of extreme importance that we examine the means. I mean, we're full of high ideals and full of noble precepts, but we're extremely short of methods whereby we can fulfill these ideals and obey the precepts. And this is why recent advances in this field seem to me to be particularly welcome. Now, I've been greatly impressed recently by a book which published nearly 10 years ago by Pearls, Hefferlein and Goodman called Gestalt Therapy, which is, among other things, a huge compendium of means by which awareness can be heightened and extended in every direction. The therapeutic value of this is quite clear. The attempt is being made not to dredge up materials out of the past, but to get people to live in the present. Neurosis, after all, in one of its aspects, can really be defined as a person reacting to present challenges in terms of reactions which were appropriate at some time in the past when he had some traumatic or other experience, but which are wholly inappropriate now. And the standard therapeutic method, of course, is to dig up these events out of the past and try to abreact them and get the person to understand them. But an equally good and probably rather better method is to get people here and now to live in the present. And this is precisely what the Gestalt therapists are trying to do. They propose any number of very interesting exercises for increasing the people's awareness of the here and now, of events outside themselves, events going on within their bodies, the nature of their fantasies, their wills, and so on. Now, this, of course, is by no means an entirely new discovery. It's interesting to note that one of the most successful therapists, a man with a European reputation while he was working, he died in 1925, was the Swiss psychotherapist, Dr. Vitos, whose methods were essentially the same as those of the Gestalt therapists. He treated neuroses, and he treated them, by all accounts, even more successfully than the majority of his fellows using these other dredging in the past methods, simply by getting people to be aware of what was going on outside them, what was going on within themselves, of being aware of such a simple act as raising the hand, for example, being aware of external things in a completely receptive way, with the minimum of imposition of ideas upon them, but what he encouraged above all in the matter of perception was this matter of pure receptivity. And he did this not merely as a therapeutic method, but he did it also as a way for increasing the enjoyment of life, for teaching people to live better and more satisfactorily. I mean, he summed up his philosophy in these words: when you have learned to become more receptive, you will have a greater enjoyment of life, and everything will interest you more. Now here, let me repeat this thing which I've mentioned before about happiness. I would say that enjoyment is a categorical imperative, in this sense that if we can be interested in things and enjoy them, we shall be freed from many of the temptations of delinquency. Here again, Russell has underlined the fact that this chronic boredom in which so many people live certainly encourages to small-scale delinquency, and probably also even encourages the fact that people still tolerate the idea of war, because war is so exciting that it's an immense relief from the boredom of ordinary life. And of course it is an extraordinary and I think a very appalling fact that the suicide rate regularly falls in wartime, that it takes a war to make life sufficiently interesting for people not to kill themselves. And this happens even in neutral countries which are not at war. I mean, people are so interested to see what tomorrow's paper will contain that they delay or put off completely their ideas of suicide. And it's a terrible thing that it requires a war to make life seem worthwhile and meaningful to immense numbers of people for whom the ordinary humdrum life of peace seems unutterably boring, and who therefore require some kind of delinquency to liven things up. And I think Vitos is probably right that if one has been trained to become intensely aware receptively of the world and of what is going on, life becomes extremely interesting, and that many things which seem very dull are seen to be exciting and beautiful. And this I do think is a very important point. Well, there of course are other areas in which awareness can be trained. I think the whole area of imagination is one which we do very little to train now, and it is an area of immense importance. Very valuable work has been done in this field by Herbert Reed in his Education Through Art. This is a very remarkable book which shows how the faculties of imagination can be trained in such a way as to foster the creativity of the person who trains them. And in Gestalt therapy, we find many recipes for the training of the imagination. And there are a number of other books that I happen to have read. I'm sure there are many more that I haven't read. I know an excellent little book, for example, for the training of the imagination of children. It's called Imagination Games by a man called DeMille, which is extremely useful as showing, first of all, how to get children to use their imagination to get more fun out of life, but also, what is very, very valuable, is to show them how to use their imagination in a preventive and therapeutic way, so that they can get out of all kinds of obsessive and painful situations. I mean, for example, a simple device would be in relation to some grown-up of whom they're frightened, where they can use their imagination in such a way that they can make this grown-up in their fancy perform ridiculous acts, climb on trees like monkeys. They can multiply them, have 20 of them dancing a jig. They can finally throw them into the sea in their imagination. And this is a very valuable procedure which will certainly help a great many children to get out of many of their fears. And in the same way, in Gestalt therapy, there are many exercises of the imagination designed precisely to decondition oneself, to get out of the obsessive ruts which we tend to have been pushed into by our education. And this is an immensely powerful instrument which can be used to help us in innumerable ways. Well, then let me very briefly touch on another exercise, another technique of awareness, which is a technique which John Dewey greatly recommended. It is a technique devised by the late F.M. Alexander, which is a technique of being aware of what Alexander called the use of the self, of being aware of the wrong use of the self, and of taking lessons in the right use, which, again, is too complicated to describe at length. But Dewey was so convinced of its enormous value that in one of the prefaces that he wrote to Alexander's books, he says that Alexander's technique is to education what education is to life in general. It proposes an ideal and provides means whereby that ideal can be realized. But this is obviously extremely high praise. And yet the extraordinary fact is that although Dewey has had an immense influence on education and the minds of educators in general, nobody has paid the slightest attention to this, and that Alexander remains almost unknown. I'm glad to say there is in this area a tiny oasis of Alexanderism at Tufts University, and where some quite interesting research, very interesting research, is going on in relation to his work. But it seems very strange that a method so highly recommended by this man who, after all, produced a revolution in education, John Dewey, should have been so totally neglected. Now, finally, before I leave this subject, let me say that I've mentioned the Gestalt therapy and the work of Vitos in our century, but actually, of course, these kind of techniques go back to an enormous distance into the past, above all in Oriental literature. One can find, for example, there's an extraordinary tantric text, which I suppose goes back, I don't know, probably to the beginning of our era, where the text is introduced by a kind of interview between Shiva and his divine consort, Parvati, the goddess. And the goddess asks him, what is the secret of your kind of enlightened consciousness? And he answers by giving her a list of 118 exercises in consciousness, which will help to go forward into this ultimate transforming consciousness. They are exercises in psychology for the purpose of developing the end products of what Kumaraswamy called ontology, the science of the self with a large S, the science of the pure ego, the science of the Atman. And in these exercises, which outline methods for becoming conscious of every type of human activity, even down to sneezing and eating and going to sleep, he suggests, so he anticipates almost everything that Vitos and the Gestalt therapists have done, and it provides a sort of complete curriculum, actually, this of what can be done in this field for developing the mind-body, for teaching the body, or we should better state, the mind body, to become capable of many things, as Spinoza put it. Well, now we have to go on to a very important point, which is the problem of actualizing benevolence, actualizing love and kindliness, and if possible, preventing the opposites from being actualized. This, of course, is one of the major problems which has always confronted every society. How do we encourage love and benevolence, and how do we prevent these impulses to violence and brutality from breaking out and doing their appalling harm? Well, here again, it's interesting to find that whereas all the great world religions have inculcated love and kindliness and benevolence, virtually none have provided means whereby these qualities can be actualized, can be built into the child. And it's a very curious fact that it has remained for an extremely obscure, very savage tribe in New Guinea, a tribe described by Margaret Mead, to develop an extremely effective method for building an attitude of love into the child during infancy. Margaret Mead describes these methods of the Arapesh. The Arapesh, unfortunately, on this side, they were entirely admirable, but they were a bit sloppy otherwise. They seem to lack the ability to do things very well, but I don't think there's any incompatibility between love and efficiency. I think it's by no means past the wit of man to combine the two. But the methods which she describes are extremely interesting. The infant is held by its mother. While it is being nursed, she talks to it, plays with it, caresses it, and periodically brings the child into physical contact sometimes with other members of the family, other members of the tribe, sometimes with the domestic animals, and always murmuring as she does so the word good, good. Well, the child doesn't understand it yet, but of course the tone means something, and when the child learns to speak, the significance of the word good will enter its mind, and a real conditioned reflex of an extraordinarily valuable nature will have been built up. And Margaret Mead records how extraordinary it was to discover these children, these Arapesh children, would naturally be alarmed when she came into the hut. I mean, she was of a different color, she was dressed in a wholly different way, she came from somewhere right outside the tribe. And for a moment the child would be very frightened, but then the mother would just say, good, good, and the child would immediately run to Margaret Mead and let itself be picked up. And the general attitude towards the other human beings and towards animals was one of trustful affection and liking and benevolence. And their whole pattern of life of the Arapesh was deeply influenced by this early training. Well, we should certainly not be too proud to learn from people, however primitive they may seem, because this seems to be an extraordinarily brilliant invention. And with heaven knows we have need enough of love in this extremely loveless world which we live in. Now, the converse, of course, is the problem of how do we deal with the aggressive elements in man, the tendencies towards violence and brutality, which are apt to be very strong. And this is something which has certainly preoccupied people from time immemorial. It is, of course, quite useless to make exhortations and say, be good and so on, unless one offers some means whereby these tendencies can somehow be worked off in a harmless way. Well, here again we can probably learn quite a lot from earlier civilizations. The violent dancing of the Greeks, the Dionysiac orgies, undoubtedly all these things helped greatly to get rid of a great deal of aggressive tendencies in man. And the problem, of course, is a very grave one. Professor Gordon Allport has talked about the extreme difficulties of getting rid of prejudice. I mean, he's written at great length on this subject, and he's reviewed the various things which have been done, for example, to diminish ethnic prejudice, prejudice against racial groups. And he does come to a rather pessimistic conclusion that very few of these methods are really effective, that probably the only really effective one is some kind of individual therapy. Well, obviously you can't individually therapize millions of people, and we obviously must find some way in which these kind of violent drives, which evidently give a profound psychological pleasure to people. I mean, these kind of violences pay, so to say, a high psychological dividend. As Blake said years ago, damn braces, bless relaxes. And people like being braced rather than relaxed. And there is a real satisfaction to be got out of this. I mean, which we understand now quite well what the physiological basis of this is, that there is a release of the adrenaline, which many people find very satisfactory in fairly small quantities. I mean, I think there are many people who are genuine adrenaline addicts, that they fly into a rage and do very violent things because they get a real kick out of it. And we have to discover ways by which this kind of desire for having lots of adrenaline can be got rid of. In the past, after all, it was all very simple because we lived in an extremely dangerous world, running away from animals, running away from other savage men, and we got rid of our adrenaline in that way. But in a world where everybody is virtually sedentary, and people are sitting in cars on foam rubber, this presents a very, very serious problem, and we quite clearly have to discover ways by which this kind of physiological product of violence, which is also a cause of all kinds of evil tendencies, can be worked off. Now, years ago, William James wrote an essay which is still very interesting, called The Moral Equivalence of War, where he laid out some ideas for finding some kind of equivalence and which would satisfy people instead of war. But his suggestions, I don't think, go nearly far enough, and I think unquestionably we have to work out a great many new devices for getting rid of these dangerous and disturbing factors in man. As I say, I think there are plenty of precedents in earlier civilizations, some among primitive people, some among quite highly civilized people, which we could probably examine and reinterpret in the light of what we now know about the hormones and other physiological aspects of the body. And I think it is perfectly possible that we could develop means whereby a lot of the what seem to be now quite normal drives towards violence and cruelty could be got rid of without doing much harm to other people. Well, I think I've said enough to show that there is a great deal to be done that I've naturally been able to touch only on a few aspects of this enormous subject. But I think I've said enough to show that there would be a very good case for a systematic examination of these various fields I've touched upon, and no doubt of other fields too, to see where we could find material which would be of value to us in this task of realizing desirable potentialities. I could envisage one of the big foundations, for example, setting up a research project. I don't think it would be necessarily very expensive, simply for examining what has been found empirically to work in these various fields. They would have to be prepared to look into material which wasn't exclusively scientific. Some of it would seem rather queer and phony and primitive. But after all, truth lives at the bottom of a well, and the well is very often muddy. And we mustn't be put off by the mud, because the truth may be sitting there. And my own feeling is that if this were looked into, if all the empirical findings were found, if the general principles underlying the findings were determined, because undoubtedly there are general principles underlying these different methods of helping people to realize their potentialities. And then if systems could be worked out experimentally whereby these findings could be applied on every level of education, from the kindergarten upwards to the grave, then I think an enormous revolution in education, not merely of children but of adults, could be achieved. And my own view is that this is not merely utopian fantasy, that it is, so to say, topian. I mean, utopian means no place, and then the opposite of that is topian, a place. I mean, that it is conceivable that it would work here and now in the sort of place we live in. I don't see any reason why this sort of thing, if it were carefully investigated and experimented with, should not yield something which would be extremely helpful, which would, once it got started, would probably develop in all kinds of new ways. So that, as I say, I am, in a tempered way, extremely optimistic about what could be done if we would only pay attention to what has to have attention paid to it, and systematically try to discover what has been done, what might be done, how it could be applied on a large scale. And in this way, I do think we should be able to be of great help in making a better world for ourselves, and in making it possible for more people to realize more of the potentialities which undoubtedly still lie latent in practically, no, not practically everybody, in everybody. Well, with this, let me close and end by thanking everybody for the great kindness which has been shown to me here. The only thing I've had to complain about here is that I've had to talk too much. One should never talk excessively. I want to spend more time listening than talking, but this has been my function here. But I have, thank goodness, had many opportunities of listening to extremely interesting people, both on the undergraduate and on the level and among the faculty, and I'm very grateful for this, and very grateful too for as Dr. Lamson said, for these people who have sat so quietly without chairs. Thank you.
Dost thou strike at Lucius with thy knife?
At that I have killed, my lord, a fly.
Outdone thee, murderer! Kill'st my heart. A deed of death done on the innocent becomes not Titus' grandson. Get thee gone. I see thou art not for my company.
Alas, my lord, I have but killed a fly.
But how if that fly had a father and mother? How would they hang their slender gilded wings and buzz lamenting doings in the air? Poor, harmless fly. With his pretty buzzing melody came here to make us merry, and thou hast killed him.
Pardon me, sir. It was a black, ill-favoured fly, like to the Empress More. Therefore I killed him.
Oh. Pardon me for apprehending thee, for thou hast done a charitable deed. Give me thy knife. I will insult on him, flattering myself as if it were the Moor, come hither purposely to poison me. This for thyself!